And thank you, George, for starting the recording. Just before I get started, if anyone has any IT issues or questions for IT, I listed their contact in the chat box. It's George De Ocampo and Brevin Fong. So again, welcome everybody. I will share my screen at this point. And this discussion is a result of all of your input and feedback that you've provided to us on level 4 on the IOU baseline report, as well as the workshop that happened on March 3rd. And all of that feedback we've taken into consideration, and level 4 is taken into consideration. And what they've done is create a refined set of recommendations that you've seen distributed last week in a report. And that's what we'll be discussing today. We want to know, we want to gather more feedback about what areas within the RDF need to be standardized and refined in order to reach this larger goal of transparency, digestibility, and ultimately RSE comparability. And we want to get everybody on board moving towards a singular goal and for revisions and refinements in phase 2 of this rulemaking. Yes, Katie, I see your hand.
Yeah, I was just wondering, is there going to be an updated version of the report or only of the recommendations? I was hoping that, and perhaps I'm way ahead of myself, but it was sort of a threshold question that I had, is how the recommendations interact with the report otherwise, if that makes sense.
Excuse me, Eric Wojcik, I had the same question. Thanks, Katie.
Yeah, so there was actually, there was no expectation that they would go back and refine the report that's already been produced. This is more or less sort of steps towards taking, or steps that we would be taking towards revising and refining the RDF in phase 2 of this proceeding. So all of these recommendations that come out of the report and all the feedback, there's no expectation that a new report will be issued.
So do the recommendations reflect the feedback heard from the various parties on the report as filed, or are these based solely, are the recommendations sort of more based on the report pre-feedback?
So Arnold, could I jump in?
Sure, William.
So Katie, the idea is that the report was kind of an assessment of where are we right now and where might we want to go. So it's a bigger picture, kind of a perspective. The current phase of this is where we've zeroed in on recommendations for not what should we standardize on, but just what should be standardized. And so the idea would be that we first agree that these are the areas with respect to risk spend efficiency that should be standardized, and so that conceptual step. Then once we have that agreement, we would go through a series of technical working groups that would focus on not what should be standardized on, but what should the standards be. And so we would think that a lot of the observations that we made and the ideas that we had in the report would serve as a starting point or inform some of those follow-up technical working groups. We wouldn't be updating the report really, but that would be something that the people who were in those technical working groups that would be the follow-up work would have our report to refer to.
Okay, I think that then, I think this is both I think this is maybe then a question more for SED. How does SED foresee, and I ask this to shape how I ask questions today and how we think about informal comments moving forward. how does SED intend to use the informal feedback that it received on both the report and that it expects to hear after today? Because I do believe there's another chance for informal comments.
Yes. So the feedback that we received, we've really, given what William just said about sort of finding areas where we want to agree upon standards and sort of find ways to give us a path forward in creating these prescriptive, more detailed standards once we know which areas we want to pursue. The initial feedback that we received from you guys on the report, we've taken that into account and the workshop, I should say, as far as what really we focused on what standards need to be looked at, or what areas of the RDF we need to be looked at, RSC, et cetera, the modeling. And we just focused on sort of the larger picture rather than those specific details about how we should pursue or what standards there should be specifically, what those details look like. The feedback we get today should further that, I think, in terms of based on the impact, based on feedback we get today, which areas, what standards that, or which recommendations that level 4 has put forward, whether you guys may put forward, are worth pursuing in this immediate short-term phase 2 portion, and then potentially on to 2023 and further. So not only are we deciding upon which recommendations make sense for us to pursue, what other areas of standardization that make sense to pursue, but also what order of priority we want to pursue them in going forward. And then, however we decide upon what TWGs we want to attack aggressively versus kind of putting them on the back burner a little bit moving forward. So that's really how we expect the input to go. As you'll see, we want to keep that conversation today focused on the pros, the cons of each of these recommendations, and whether they're a priority or not, and not so much on what the standard in detail should be and how it should look.
Thank you. This has all been really helpful, and I apologize for hijacking the beginning of the meeting.
No, that's actually what we would have covered anyway, so it's perfectly fine.
Yeah, and it's what the standard should be, and also the time frame for transitioning to a standard would be subsequent.
So I would like to make another comment, if I may. Katie, imagine that we had never ridden a bicycle, and we're sitting around talking about how we're going to ride a bicycle. Okay, we can talk till we're blue in the face and say, well, I'm worried about skinning my elbows. I'm worried about breaking my knees. This has got to be a collaborative process with workshops in which we discover things that work for everybody. I cannot stress that enough. I've been doing analytical modeling my whole career, and I've ridden a bicycle for most of my life. You can't just do it by talking about it. We're framing the problem here, I think, very well, and we've gotten wonderful feedback on some of our recommendations. But I understand we're going to have working groups going forward where we take those good ideas and turn them into something that actually works for everybody. That's my understanding and my hope.
Okay, so with that said, we kind of covered the purpose and the expected outcome, I think, this conversation. I'll move on to the agenda item.
Arnold,
Yes.
pardon me, this is Eric Wojcik with UCAN. I think I'm following up a little bit, at least in my view, on what Katie was saying. And process-wise, we've already provided a lot of comments and asked for emphasis, and even, in essence, prioritization, although that wasn't formally, I think. There's certain things that just seem super critical from UCAN's view, and probably Turn and others, and we really have to get to that. I think very pleased with the recommendations, but some of the detail about that, and now we don't have a report really to go back to. I think it was part of what my concern was, what Katie brought up. Yeah, I think I'm just trying to put a little bit more substance around, at least what's my concern, that we really have to get these priorities straightened out, because we've said these things, but they don't seem to come back. They just come back as recommendations. They don't come back with any kind of, 6 stars for this one and 2 stars for that, et cetera. So I know that's the purpose of this workshop. Yep. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and yeah, and that is and today we're hoping to kind of iron some of that out as a group. Let me reshare my slide deck. I apologize, I had to take it down for 1 second. Okay, so the expected agenda today, you'll mostly see that the conversations and discussions will be broken down into 4 blocks. They're roughly an hour long each, and there's roughly 19 recommendations. It's a lot of recommendations depending on how deep the discussion goes and involved the discussion ends up being. So I didn't necessarily want to limit us to a certain time. We do have the option of a second TWG next week. So I think, obviously at best, maybe we do end up getting through all 19 recommendations and having some sort of, we end up making some sort of decision around those 19 or having some sort of productive debate around those 19. But I think at worst, we'd like to get to at least half of them. So somewhere in the range of 10 before the end of the day. And we'll do our best to make sure that the conversation stays productive. But again, we do want you to remember to gear the conversation towards sort of the recommendation, the area in which we want to standardize, rather than how it should be standardized. We will have a break at 11:15, lunch at 12:15, and another break at 2 o'clock. So let's keep that in mind. And we did get some questions about how the level 4 recommendation ties into the scoping memo. So hopefully all of you are aware that a new scoping memo went out last week. Hopefully you'll remember. I'm getting some feedback. Can everyone make sure they're muted? Okay. So I did get some questions about how the level 4 recommendations tie back into the scoping memo. Scoping memo went out, a new scoping memo went out last Wednesday or Thursday, I believe, just shortly before we distributed level 4 revised recommendations. And so I just listed them here. I won't read through all of them, but you should know that the memo extended the statutory deadline in this proceeding until December 2023. Decision makers obviously got a lot of the feedback from parties that there wasn't enough time this year to accomplish everything we want to. So that deadline has been extended. And most of the questions and issues listed in the phase 2 scoping memo are similar to the roadmap priorities that you've seen earlier this year, with some wording changes and some clarity. I think there were some new issues also added. Let me just double check. There's one on environmental and social justice. Can't remember what the other one might have been. We will try to tackle as many of these issues as possible. Level 4's recommendations are in whole going to address at least the first issue in the scoping memo. Should the Commission consider revising the RDF adopted in D18-12-014, what principles or factors should guide consideration of revisions, refinements, or clarifications? And the recommendations also, as you'll note, touch upon as a subset each of these other issues listed in the scoping memo. And obviously, what's going to be important are the details that come out of those discussions in TWGs once we decide what recommendations or what areas of recommendations we want to pursue in 2022 and 2023. And so if you haven't read through that scoping memo, I encourage you all to do so. One more thing before I get into the level 4 recommendations, we want to make sure this is orderly again, similar to the previous TWGs and workshops. So we ask that people raise their hands if possible. I know that's not going to always be the case, but if you can raise your hands, SPD will monitor the timing of who's raising their hands, and we'll try to call on you in that order. If you want to enter questions into the chat box, feel free to do so as well, and we'll get to them when we can. And with that, let's begin the discussion of level 4's recommendations. We're going to just take them in order, in the same order as the report. So the first one is level 4 recommendations with the ID MAVF1. Individual risk events should be modeled at an appropriate level of granularity for the analysis, using probabilistic models and storing these results. The MAVF should then be applied as part of the consolidation process for those individual risk events.
So would it be helpful if I try to unpack this recommendation a little bit?
Yeah, and I think for each of these recommendations, it might be helpful for level 4 to begin with an explanation of each recommendation, and then others can.
Very good. Well, thanks, Arnold. So this is the first recommendation relating to the multi-attribute value function. It combines two interrelated points. First, that the uncertainty about event outcomes, attribute values, such as fatalities, outages, and costs, should be propagated through the MAVF. So in general, at least documented in the recent RAMP reports, the utilities model uncertainty about these attribute values using probability distributions on the whole, using stochastic models. But they then compute the expected value, that is the mean or average over each attribute value, number of fatalities, outages, and so on, before they propagate the values through the MAVF. And in general, if the MAVF contains nonlinear scaling functions, this can lead to incorrect results, because applying the MAVF to a mean of the attribute doesn't give the same result in general as propagating the distributions through the MAVF. So, get a probability distribution of values out of the function, and then taking the expected value or mean over that resulting distribution. And so the first part of this recommendation is that you should sort of keep the stochastic representation, keep the uncertainty explicitly modeled all the way through the MAVF. And, even if the MAVF doesn't contain nonlinear scaling functions, if it's exclusively linear, which some of them are, it's still extremely useful to understand the uncertainty, not just at the attribute level, not just that, uncertainty about number of fatalities and outages and costs, but to have that uncertainty resulting, the implied uncertainty over the multi-attribute value, so that especially when you're comparing different mitigations that have different values, you want to know how certain you are that the, let's say, the MAVF or ultimately the RSC of a particular mitigation is, how certain you are that that's greater than the RSC of another one. And for that reason, you want the full probability distribution propagated through. And, essentially the IOUs have done a lot of the hard work already in terms of modeling the uncertainty explicitly, stochastically, all the way up to the attributes. And so this suggestion is just saying it would be better to complete the process by propagating the uncertainties all the way through the NAVF. That's kind of the first point around this. There's kind of a second point, which is about using the appropriate level of granularity, then, and suggesting that the event attributes can be combined or consolidated stochastically, using the full probability distributions, provided they model the dependence appropriately. So, I know there's some somewhat subtle and technical issues involved in this, but I hope that overview was clear, and I'll be glad to entertain both questions about clarity of what this recommendation is about, and then perhaps discussions about whether it's appropriate.
Yes, hello. I had a hand raised from a Sam. Do you still want to ask a question, Sam?
I think you're on mute, Sam.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's subtle. If you roll a die, suppose the die represents how many hours of outage we have in a district. And if you roll a 6, it means all your food goes bad in your freezer. And you look at this and say, there's only one chance in 6 that that's going to happen. And that's great. Okay. Now I have 2 districts. Let's aggregate them. Oh, it must be 2 chances in 6 that they both go or something. What? No. When you roll 2 dice, there's only 1 chance in 36 that you'll get 2 6s. That's not subtle. That's what's being done wrong here. We have to model the actual die rolls.
Thanks, Sam. That was a really great illustration of the principle here.
Hey, Max, this is Steve Hain here.
Yes.
I fully agree with your recommendation, but I was just wondering how, from a practicable application standpoint, this would work, because the utilities are deciding among the pool of alternative mitigations, and they have to take the RSEs. So how does this translate into the process of taking the RSEs?
Of comparing RSEs to see, to help guide the selection of which mitigation. Is that what you're asking about?
Yes, I am. That was
Yeah. So, I mean, I will say, so I think the utilities have made clear that, RSE is an important criterion in making selection of mitigations, but it's not the only one. There are other things that go into that decision. I think all of them have made that point. And so if you're, say, comparing 2 mitigations, let's say, for this line, should we put buried underground or should we use covered conductors? You want to, and there's a few considerations going into that, but hopefully RSE would be a significant and insightful metric to help make that decision. But of course, there's uncertainty about the RSE because there's uncertainty about, all the attributes going into it, costs and effects on reliability and effects on safety. And so if you can propagate the distributions, then you can look at the risk reduction for each mitigation and potentially the uncertainty about the cost as well, although usually cost is a little bit less uncertain there. And see, is the RSE for mitigation 1 clearly larger than that for mitigation 2? Or is there very substantial overlap, even though the expected value of one is slightly larger than the expected value of the other? So in other words, looking at the full uncertainty gives you a whole some additional insights into how strong that the argument from RSE is, let's say, in making that mitigation.
Hello everyone, this is Vincent Lowe from PG&E speaking, and I just wanted to point out a couple of things, right? We're not, as far as this recommendation is concerned, calculating the stochastic libraries, essentially storing the full, all the outcomes, storing the full distribution of outcomes. In principle, we're for that, but we have some concerns about, how large of an undertaking this will turn out to be, from a realistic standpoint, right? Because in this recommendation, there are elements of modeling, there's some math aspects to it, there's elements of process involved, there's elements of IT involved. So this recommendation, if you think about it, it could turn out to be a very large undertaking, and we're just concerned about what it looks like. So we really like to see more details beyond just what you've described, which I think in your original recommendation you mentioned it as well. So those are, once again, is basically the concerns about the size of the project and how realistic is it in getting it done for phase 2, or what the timeline looks like. That's why in our comments we recommended doing some kind of prototyping so that we can see for ourselves what kind of IT solution it will take to store the stochastic paths and the modeling effort involved. For example, we talk about here circuit level analysis, right? So we're going to have, it sounds like we're thinking about having stochastic libraries for each of our circuits, and maybe a library that means 10,000 simulations for each circuit. And then we'll have to determine, modeling at the circuit level, what are the interdependencies between the different circuits. And it turns out to be, quite a large modeling exercise when you get down to the circuit level. So we still need to decide the granularity. We still need to decide, whether we have the IT means to handle this problem, so on and so forth. So those are our concerns as far as this is concerned.
Yes, Vincent, I think we're quite sensitive to the question of, level of effort in doing the calculations and, technical issues involved in doing that. I think your suggestion of, doing some prototyping to find out actually how much effort it is and figure out what the best approach is an excellent one. That's certainly what we would advocate. I should also say that, as was kind of mentioned at the beginning of this process, as William explained, at this point, we're suggesting that these recommendations, this one in particular right now, should be moved forward to a workshop in which we will collectively with all participants figure out the more detailed implications and clarify and refine them. But I think doing some prototyping to actually see how much effort it is and see what's practical is an excellent idea, and definitely would support that. And I guess I would, also mention, like I said before, my sense is, and Vincent, you obviously know a whole lot better than I do, that you have already done the stochastic modeling for many of the risks up to the attribute level. And in that case, sort of continuing it through the MAVF should be a relatively much smaller incremental task. That would be my expectation. But again, Vincent, you'd be in a better position to judge that.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? So that's why our concern. We've done modeling, probabilistically, stochastically. We've used simulation libraries, and we're running into system constraints, right? Memory issues, things like that.
Sure.
So,
Sure.
so those are in fact, in some places we've had to go to closed form solutions, which are great, but because we have those system problems. So that's why we come at this with some experience, some hard-won experiences, and that's why we want to share, and that's why our concerns. That's why we're recommending at least prototyping to understand the magnitude, the scale of the system IT solution we're thinking.
Absolutely. And, both Sam and myself have spent a lot of our careers sort of developing tools for Monte Carlo simulations. So we're quite well aware of many of the technical issues. Looks like Sam has his hand up. Sam, do you want to address that?
A couple things. I want to back up prototyping 110%. That's what I meant by learning to ride the bicycle. That's number one. Number two, I've been sort of using this technique for some time, and there are ways to get compressions of the data you're worried about. Compressions of factors of thousands, not like 10% smaller, like, but these would be things that would come out in a workshop. They would bore everyone here to tears. But and by the way, I don't know how informal this process should get, but I'd be happy to talk to you offline about some of these, but I would still insist on prototyping. And I think prototyping is what makes sense in every aspect of this process, not just the stochastic library aspect.
Vincent, could I ask a clarifying question about your question? Is your primary concern with respect to the phrase appropriate level of granularity? And so then should it go down to the level of a circuit, or should it be at a higher level of granularity? So does it really revolve around what is an appropriate level of granularity?
So, sorry, was that question for me?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the level of granularity, first of all, depending on how much we want to model, right? The modeling gets tougher as we want to bring down to each asset or each circuit, in this case, tranche. The modeling, there's just more things that we need to model. So there's that aspect of it. And then once again, the system aspect. It's like if we were going to model every circuits, we have thousands of circuits. If we're going to go to assets, it's even more. So it's
Right.
And I understand that you can definitely compress stuff and store them on your disk or store them on your computer. But if you need to bring all the stuff into memory to work on it, we've seen some issues there, right? Whether we can upload all that information in the whatever. I think computers these days have up to max of 16 gigabytes of memory these days. Something like that. I don't know, maybe it's 32 gigabytes, but it's finite. It's not. It's just
So
can put offline on disk. So those are some of our concerns. Just the sheer amount of modeling that needs to be done.
all right.
Yep.
So Sam, I see your hand, but just a second, okay?
Sure.
Vincent, so what you're saying makes sense. And so if we were to delete the parenthetical, circuit, comma, tranche, etc., and we were just to leave the recommendation as an appropriate level of granularity, and then use subsequent workshops and prototypes and so on to determine what was an appropriate level of granularity with no preconceived idea of what that is, would that resolve this concern?
I guess somewhat, but I do think that the two are kind of tied together, right? I mean, how much level of granularity does kind of we don't know. That's why we're prototyping, but might dictate how feasible it is to use or what level. At some point it might become unfeasible to do all the stochastic models. I don't know yet. We just need to do some prototyping to find out. But the two questions seem to be related, if that makes sense to you.
And just for context, I have a question too, but I would say that Turn's ability to support, I mean, I don't know that Turn necessarily supports this recommendation, but if you took out language specifying that you should be working at basically the most granular level, we would have concerns with that. I'll invite Chuck to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think one of the things that we're seeing as we go through ramps and GRCs is that, you know, there's two parts to the question. There's which mitigation programs are we doing, and then how much of each mitigation program are we doing? And it's really important to be looking at a granular place. And I think I would rather have the utility resources and focus be on ensuring that we have the most granular approach to determining the optimal risk management regime or plan program possible.
So again, Katie, your argument is with respect to what is appropriate for a level of granularity.
Yeah, and I think
So
to make Vincent happy, you would make us very bad.
maybe, or we would have a workshop where we showed some really cool ways to do what Vince is concerned about and to overcome those limitations. And so everybody was happy. But I think that that's not something we can resolve today.
Sure.
I think, but I think we could resolve today that we want to have a quote unquote appropriate level of granularity. And then that would take into consideration the usefulness, which you're getting to. You know, the more granular it is, the more useful it is for RSE. And Vince's concern, which is how can we do this computationally? And I don't think we can resolve today what that appropriate balance is, but we could say that whatever that balance is, it should be figured out. And as part of that figuring it out, it should be include prototyping, it should be resource limitations, it should be usefulness for purpose.
Well, the other thing I would highlight, and I don't know how this fits into the recommendation, I would need to think through it more, is that the SMAP settlement requires a level of granularity where the LOR and the LORE and the CORE are relatively similar. I mean, I think the idea was they're supposed to be for each asset inside of that tranche, they were supposed to be, the idea was that would be equal, but I think the language says similar. And so I think you also need to keep in mind how this recommendation operates within the SMAP settlement, which is a requirement for the parties.
Yes, absolutely. And I think all that feeds into the appropriate level and the of granularity. And I think that, again, that we can define that during the workshopping process to make sure that it appropriately balances things. And it's also going to vary based on the area of analysis. So in some areas it might be a different level, but I think that can all be defined downstream.
Okay. I had a layperson question. I don't know if now is appropriate or if Vincent wants to continue this conversation.
Before we drop to that, Sam, you had your hand up about this, what we're talking about now. Did you want to add something?
I do. I want to go back to the dice. Consider this the minimal level of granularity because you can't get down to half a die, right? And so, Vincent, I roll it 10,000 times and now I have 10,000 numbers, right? But I'm worried about a tranche of 1,000 dice. And what you're picturing is, oh my gosh, I have 1,000 times 10,000 numbers. That's probably what you're thinking, right? Don't think about that. Think instead of I add each roll for each trial together, and I have one column of 10,000 numbers, but each of them represents the aggregated tranche. So that 10,000 dice could have up to 1,000 sixes in it, but it's only one vector of 10,000. It's not 1,000 vectors of 10,000. We're doing a roll up. When you roll up a financial statement, you can account for the cost of every paperclip. And yet at the end of the day, you got the corporate accounting statements. You don't have every paperclip in there because you rolled them up and aggregated them properly. And what we're talking about here from the very beginning is there are ways to aggregate risk correctly, where we get to model at the atomic level and roll it up properly to the entire portfolio. And prototypes will be necessary, I think, and I'm perfectly happy to do something offline to discuss this with you folks.
Yeah, I think so. As far as these recommendations are concerned, I think my next statement probably pertinent to all the recommendations is basically it would be really great if we could see some estimate as to the amount of time it would take to do these things and how much effort really, right? Because the way I think about it, as for phase 2, we have a set window of time. For phase 3, we will always have a set window of time, and we probably have more things than we can do in these set windows of time. So to be able to put for each of these recommendations, assessment of what we're trying to accomplish, how much time it's going to take, I think that would help to clarify, especially and then to be able to tie those in to the scopes items that were mentioned in the scoping memo, the 7 items there. That would be great too. But once again, I think and now back to this recommendation, we talk about prototyping and we talk about workshops. Like this to understand a little bit more in detail what you see that work looking like.
Yeah, and Vincent, you're talking about 2 different time frames. One is the time frame to do the workshops and come up with for each of the recommendations what the standards should be. And then based on that, then there's a second time frame, which is the time frame for adoption of the standard. So obviously there's a transition into whatever a new standard is. And so those are 2 different time frames, both of which would come out of that second phase workshopping process.
At the same time, I'm kind of I don't know. I kind of react to the piece of paper in front of me, which is we have the scoping memo. It says something needs to get done by August, December, whatever we want to call it. So it's like to be able to show clearly the schedules that we're talking about would be really helpful. Does that make sense?
So I think that we could work with the CPUC and so on in terms of scheduling after we have an agreement on what the areas of standardization are, which is what our goal is right now. So our goal is by the end of June to have a consensus on what the areas of standardization are, and then to embark on the process of doing these workshops to figure out what the standards themselves should be. And then as we figure out what the standards should be, to look at the implications, how much are they changing from what you're doing now? And then based on that, to come up with what should be the transition plan. And
yeah, I mean, I understand. I think that once again, there's more items here than we'll probably have time to do. So we need to prioritize, and so to understand the level of effort from your standpoint, I think would help in the prioritization.
yeah. And Katie, you wanted to ask a question about a clarifying question?
Clarifying is a lot nicer than what it really is, which is explain it to me because I'm a lawyer and not a risk expert. You use the phrase propagate the distribution a couple times. If you could explain that in an easy way to understand.
Sure. So, when you have 2 numbers, 10 and 15, and you add them together to get 25. So, I mean, it's maybe somewhat overkill to use the word propagate there, but you're propagating the values of 10 and 15 to make 25. Then if 10 is actually a probability distribution over what the exact value is, and 15, it is replaced by a probability distribution over that value, then when you combine them together, let's say add them or multiply them or put them through a multi-attribute value function, we use the word propagate to mean you're essentially pushing the uncertainty through the computational mechanism and coming out with a distribution at the end. Although actually, with Monte Carlo simulation, it is almost as simple as adding, or if you're adding the 2 stochastic distributions. So that's the sense in which we use the word propagate. Sam,
Okay.
you wanna add to that?
Well, can I ask a clarifying on that?
Sure.
So would, okay, we're like in stats 101 now. The distribution for the 10 and the distribution for the 15, would the answer be something that resembles what if the answer is not 25, like what would that like answer resemble? Would it just be another probability distribution and then you would come up with the expected value of that probability distribution?
Sure, I can see Sam's ready to address that. Go ahead.
I would really like to address this. Yes. Okay. A die can be from 1 to 6. I could roll it 10,000 times. Another die, 1 to 6. I could roll it 10,000 times. And if I stored that, that would be a stochastic library with 20,000 numbers in it. Oh, what a drag. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to propagate the distributions. I roll a 6 on that. I roll a 1 on that. I store a 7. I roll a 5 on that. I roll a 5 on that. I store a 10. I got 7, 10. Oh, I got another 9,998 to go. But I have now propagated the two distributions. And trust me, there are more 7s than anything else, because that's the way probability works. But you wouldn't be able to do it in your head. So that final distribution, it does not go equally from 2 to 12 when you add 2 dice together, right? That's the problem. One die is equally likely to be 1 through 6. When you add 2 dice together, the way it propagates is you get more 7s than anything else because it's easier to get a 7. So did that help? You add the sums together into a third column, and that's what you propagate, and then you throw out the first 2.
I'm going to let us move on to Russell's or one of the other questions. Thank you.
Yeah, we do have a number of hands raised. I'm not sure if this is in order, but Russell just popped up in chat. So let's go ahead and turn to Russell, and we'll try to get to all the other hands raised.
Oh, thank you. I certainly wasn't trying to cut the line. I just wasn't sure if people could see my hand raised. This is a very interesting and engaging discussion, but I just wanted to make clear that while we're listening, for Edison's purposes at least, while we're listening very carefully and considering all the recommendations, we are planning on filing written comments on them. And so please don't interpret our silence as sort of consent or agreement to any particular item. We're mostly here in deep thinking mode today as opposed to active questioning. Thanks.
Good.
Thank you. If we could turn to the other hands raised or chat questions, we definitely have a hand raised from Charles Feinstein, and I think he's probably been waiting longest. So please take the mic, Charles.
Thanks for recognizing me. My comment is about several things. This is an important technical issue, and it involves how the MAVF is used to compute the risk-spend efficiency. In the settlement, we specified that the risk-spend efficiency is defined as the risk reduction divided by the cost of the mitigation. We also specified that the risk reduction is the difference between 2 expected values. So in terms of technical issues, it's important to recognize that there is no uncertainty in the risk reduction. Second, this discussion involves the scaling function of the MAVF and how that scaling function is used. First of all, if the scaling function of the MAVF is a linear function, which Tern believes it ought to be in at least 2 of the cases, the financial attribute and the safety attribute, because the marginal value of an increase in natural units for each of those attributes is constant over the range, then this entire question of whether or not one should propagate probability distributions and keep stochastic libraries vanishes. Now, what was said was that it is necessary to propagate or keep or hold on to a probability distribution because the computation in the MAVF is not done correctly. Or the implication was that what happens is the natural units are converted into scaled units in an incorrect way. That's a false statement, and it's misleading. What happens is that there's a probability distribution that a utility like PG&E reports on the natural units that measure the consequences of a risk event. The second step that happens is that that probability distribution on natural units is converted into a probability distribution on scaled units using the scaling function. That's a probability distribution. The next thing that happens is the expected value of that probability distribution on the scaled units is found. The next thing that happens is that expected value is weighted. The next thing that happens is those weighted expected scale values are added, and that's called the risk. So we have here only expectations. In other words, this whole business of stochastic libraries, carrying probability distributions is all unimportant and unnecessary when the issue on the table is to compute the risk-spend efficiency. So I find this principle or recommendation something that's technically unnecessary. And as a consequence of that, I would advise Turn to oppose it.
Thanks, Chuck, for your comments. Certainly, what you described excellently clearly the existing structure, which I believe that you were one of the originators of, and certainly appreciate that. There's I guess a few points of divergence perhaps. Right now, it's from our reading of the RAMP reports, it's not, some of the utilities propagate the distributions through the scaling functions, not through the combination. And it seemed to me that some of them don't, and that would be incorrect if technically if the scaling function is nonlinear. The second point is, in our full report, we mooted the possibility of, instead of having a separate nonlinear scaling function, potentially nonlinear, for each attribute, having one for the MAVF as a whole. Yeah, and if the scaling function is intended to represent attitudes towards risk, as it clearly the discussion in most of the RAMP reports, then that would be well, it's certainly an alternative method. It's, at least in my experience, a more common approach among decision analysts. And in that case, if you have the nonlinear function intended to represent, aversion to risk, let's say, in one place instead of separately for each attribute, then you definitely need to propagate the uncertainty through to that point to get it technically correct. So that's kind of more of a technical discussion. And I guess the second point you make is the way that you, or at least that SMAP defines risk, is that it actually does take the expectation at that level. I mean, that is certainly what's going on right now, but that doesn't mean that it has to be that way. Seems to me there is an argument, and quite an important argument, that says it would be appropriate to propagate the distributions all the way through. And that's really what we're suggesting here. One of the reasons is that you can do this kind of probabilistic sensitivity analysis to find out, well, if the RSC for undergrounding is 10% larger than the RSC for covered conductors, let's say, well, is that really a substantial difference relative to the underlying uncertainty? And you can only answer that question if you represent the uncertainty all the way through to the RSC. And technically, there's no reason why you can't do that. It's just a matter of whether we think it's worth the effort. We meaning the whole group of people here, after looking at it in some detail, perhaps in a workshop this summer. So did that help to address the issues?
Thank you for responding, and I'll take the opportunity to reply to that. I understand what you're saying. Let me remind everybody that we have three issues here. One is transparency, one is the settlement that we have, and one other issue is to be able for a third party to look at what the utilities do and understand it and critique it and analyze it and defend it. Every time we add a layer of complexity that may be unnecessary, we work against every one of those objectives. Now, if you want to change the definition of what the risk spend efficiency is, I suppose we need a workshop about that. And it was Turn's position in the informal comments that the utilities should act as risk neutral agents, not risk averse agents. And so therefore, the question of nonlinearity of scaling functions and utility functions just would vanish if we would adopt the risk neutral attitude. And so that again suggests that we need to have another discussion about that thing. In other words, this recommendation, although it may be of interest, seems to me to be premature. Because if we decide that this should all be done in a risk neutral framework, then all of this goes away.
Well, I don't quite agree that it would all go away, even if we did choose a risk neutral framework. But, certainly that discussion needs to happen as to whether risk neutrality is appropriate here. And that is a separate discussion, as you say.
Well, I do want to comment on this. So let's take the case where there is a single transformer. I mean, every transformer in Los Angeles has one chance in 1,000 of blowing up next year. Okay. With a linear approach, you would not distinguish between every transformer being independent or the case where they all blew up at once due to some Russian hack or something. If all the transformers blow up at once, that is, if they're statistically dependent, it's a very different situation than if they blow up independently. And this whole linear approach of just adding up the averages does not distinguish between those two. So I myself would not want to live with a risk management system that didn't distinguish between transformers blowing up independently and a situation in which every transformer in Los Angeles blew up at the same time. That's sort of the issue. That's the aggregation of risk issue.
Let me make one more point. So, many of these decisions are trade-offs between complexity. I don't think this is what we're suggesting here is adding a whole lot more complexity to the stochastic models that have already been done for the attributes. But, that's kind of a practical question that we need to explore in perhaps in prototyping. But there's a trade-off between complexity and transparency. And I would argue that being explicit about the uncertainty in the risk reduction, the element risk reduction that goes into the RSC, is a question of transparency. And if there is significant uncertainty about that risk reduction, it would be appropriate to be transparent that rather than hide that uncertainty under just looking at expected values or means. And I mean, I've spent a lot of my career arguing in favor of being that kind of transparency about uncertainty. You know, I think in this case, you know, we're all well aware that there's a lot of uncertainty in these calculations. We believe it's worthwhile doing these calculations, quantifying these risks. But I think it's also appropriate to be transparent about the uncertainty where that exists. And that's really, I think, a key part of this argument.
Thank you. Before we come back to Chuck, we've had Mr. C. Baker with his hand up for some time, and I want to give him a chance.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chris Baker from SoCalGas, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just have a question about this particular recommendation for the MAVF. How does it lead to better decision-making and safety enhancements? My suggestion is that these proposals should be evaluated against a risk and safety benefit. And secondly, we strongly suggest that all these proposal modifications should be evaluated both on the anticipated risk mitigation safety enhancement benefits of the change and the amount of effort and challenges associated with implementing it. Granularity in itself is not a benefit, and it's not an innate good. I'm just looking forward to your response. Thank you.
Sure. Well, that's an excellent point. Obviously, all this work is in service to improving safety, making more informed and more effective decisions, you know, appropriate use of ratepayer funds and so on. So we need to certainly remember that. I think that in terms of, I think you were talking about kind of what level of detail is appropriate there, and we've had some discussion about the granularity. And I think, as Sam has pointed out, you know, it's not appropriate or practical to, you know, specify the appropriate level of granularity. Certainly not in this workshop or in this recommendation. That requires considerably more depth. I think that, and so I don't think we can sort of address that here. And I think William has sort of proposed to take out circuit tranche, etc., in the parentheses there and just leave it at appropriate, essentially deferring the discussion of what appropriate granularity means. But undoubtedly, appropriate should reflect kind of a trade-off between, you know, level of effort, level of complexity, transparency, those things that are necessary to making better decisions. And, you know, any kind of model, one has to make simplifying assumptions, and that's kind of what appropriate granularity is all about.
And I just want to say, just go back to every transformer in Los Angeles. One chance in 1,000, they all blow at once, versus each one blows in the following year with one chance in 1,000, right? If you don't distinguish between those two, then maybe you don't need to worry about this. But I would distinguish between those two, because if they all blow, all electricity is out, hospitals close down, there's a disaster. But I also want to say one other thing. Averages have been around for hundreds of years because they were easy to deal with. It's really only in the last 10, 15 years that computers have gotten fast enough to not look at the average, but to look at 1,000 things simultaneously. And so the technology has changed since a lot of the sort of basic risk management and decision analysis principles have been laid down. I mean, there are books that say that risk is the likelihood of a failure times the consequence of a failure. Right. So there's one chance in 10 of killing someone is 0.1 fatalities. But by that measure, one chance in 79 billion of killing everyone on Earth is 0.1 fatalities. I don't believe we should be open to that. I think those are too different to be, oh, we'll just put it in one number and then be done with it.
And I would also just add, I'm sorry, was it Chuck? I don't remember your first name, but um, I'm not sure I agree that the list that you gave of the criteria is complete. I think that there's a lot of characteristics of the risk spend efficiency approach that we put in place that go beyond what you described. So, for example, transparency, um, uh, supportability in terms of how supportable are the decisions and justifiable are the decisions, robustness. So in the event of uncertainty in terms of we don't really know this or that, how robust is the decision-making process? So there's a lot of characteristics that go beyond the simple, what is the risk spend efficiency? I also think in terms of part of that transparency is um, right now, there's a lot of people needing to look at and compare these. And uh, we want that process to be as easy as we can without harming the risk spend efficiency calculations. So we want it to be much simpler for people to compare results. We want the results to be consistent. If there's no reason to justify, if there's no reason that each individual IOU should have different criteria, then they shouldn't have different criteria, because otherwise, how do we justify the fact that they do have different criteria? So there's parameters, and I don't have a comprehensive list right now, but there are parameters that go beyond the simple ones that you listed that would determine how good, reasons for doing some of the things that we're proposing.
Let me check. We still have some hands. I guess the final hand raise is from Chuck Feinstein. Let's see if we can wrap up this particular topic.
Thanks for wrapping
Please
up.
go, Chuck.
I'm happy to wrap it up. I look forward to further debate about this. I presume that we will have, as was suggested, further workshops, because this is not the forum where we can resolve technical issues.
Thank you. Arnold, I think we may be ready to move to the next recommendation.
We are scheduled for a break, so maybe we should just take that break now. It's 11:09. We were scheduled for a break at 11:15, so let's take 5 minutes now and meet back at 11:15, and we'll move on to the next recommendation.
Thanks, Arnold.
Thank you. Okay, everyone. Hopefully you had a nice break. Let's continue on. I think George in IT is going to share the slide deck from here on out. Thank you, George. And we are now on the second recommendation found in the level 4 report, or recommendations report, tagged MAVF2. With input from the parties involved, the CPUC should adopt a standard set of parameters, formulas to monetize risk consequences using standard values from other government agencies or industry sources where possible. And then maybe level 4 could elaborate a little bit before we launch into discussion.
Max, you want to take that?
Sure, I'd be glad to elaborate on that. So, excuse me. So essentially, at the moment, I think we're all well aware, each IOU, each utility defines their own multi-attribute value function within the constraints specified by the SMAP proceedings. And although it's not, I don't think explicitly mentioned in the SMAP proceedings as far as you're able to see, the value functions are intended or understood to represent the values of the ratepayers for each utility. And it's not clear, I think, that the ratepayers, let's say in Northern California, their values on average or aggregated over the ratepayers are really all that different, both in terms of the relative importance of different attributes and attitude towards risk, than they are from Southern California. So this suggestion is simply that with input from all the parties, the CPUC should develop a process to adopt a single standard MAVF for all ratepayers in California, standard set of parameters and formulas to monetize the risk consequences. And then the second part of it about monetizing risk consequences using standard values from other government agencies or industry sources where possible. So a number of people have pointed out, including in our report, that if you have an MAVF that includes fatalities and costs, it unavoidably implies a trade-off between, to put it crassly, between lives and dollars. And the several federal agencies, notably EPA and Department of Transportation and others, have wrestled with this problem in which they need to address when performing cost-benefit analysis of new regulations, for example. And they tend to use what they call value of a statistical life, which when you're looking at safety-related regulations, as they are, that's what they use to come up with an overall valuation cost-benefit summary for particular regulations. And similarly, on the value of reliability, I'm not yet aware of federal agencies using this, although there might be, but there's a considerable literature by economists and others, including work supported by some of the California utilities, to estimate the value that ratepayers put on reliability, or, for example, quantified in dollars per customer minute interrupted, and there's more sophisticated methods as well. So the suggestion here is that in this MAVF, where it reflects these trade-off values, it should use standard values adopted that are being used by, let's say, other government agencies, or industry sources or scientific literature where they are available. It may be that it's appropriate to modify them a little bit to reflect values specific to California ratepayers, but they should be at least based in a clear and transparent way on these standard values for government agencies, because it basically is a way to simplify the process and reduce the number of value judgments, well, that currently each utility needs to make about these trade-offs, whether they do it explicitly or implicitly, and have a single set of values for all California ratepayers. Basically, it takes some of the burden off of the utilities by doing so. So that's what this recommendation is about. So I think we look forward to your comments and questions. First, if there's any clarifying questions about what we actually mean by this recommendation, and then perhaps arguments as to why it is or isn't a good idea.
As Vincent here, I had my hand raised up, so I'll go ahead anyway. I want to say that we support this recommendation. We think it's really important and should be part of phase 2. One caveat, though, is that, for example, you talk about using standard values from government agencies or industry sources where possible. I believe, we've done our own value of reliability studies, and I think that what we found out is that those do differ from from the IOUs in Southern California, right? So we want to be able to use those since we have those studies, and it'll be consistent with where we've used them elsewhere. So it's not only just government industry sources, but it's also studies that we have done and shared with others as well.
Sorry, Vincent. What studies are? I just missed what studies you're referring to.
Basically dollar per CMI, value of loss load studies.
And
yes,
you and the Southern California utilities have come up with different results.
I'll let them speak for themselves, but I think our results are, from what I've seen, they're not similar.
Thank you.
So
Vincent, wouldn't you count as industry sources as well? I think that we could. If there are studies out there that are applicable wherever they were funded.
Yeah, I think from what I know personally, we've used not VSL, the value of loss load. That's basically our own number. I haven't actually seen an industry source for value of loss load.
Okay.
And I also want to point out that different value of loss loads for different customer classes, so on and so forth, right? Different, even within our service areas, I think there's some discrepancy.
I'll throw out something that's just kind of an aside, if you will. I think our team would agree that the more controversial a number is, the more critical it is that we be able to point to someone else as the source of that number. So, for example, the value of a statistical life. I don't think that we want to have I think it would be problematic for California to be trying to justify our own number there, because we could get into all kinds of public relations kind of trouble. Whereas if we can point to and say, we're going to follow the EPA, boom, now it's not controversial. So there are areas that are going to be controversial, and there I think is the more controversial it is, I think the better advised will be to look for an externally referenceable source as our basis.
And Vincent, just to kind of follow up on your comment, from my review on studies of kind of on value of reliability, value of loss of load, or value per customer minute interrupted. I mean, there has been useful work in that area, but I'd say one of the topics, if we have a workshop, might be to kind of review that and discuss its adequacy or whether there's a need to extend it. Because as you point out, different kinds of customer may have different values. And, as we've discussed and already, I think, let's say it's $1 per minute interruption, but does that mean that 24 hours is just that many more minutes? Is it a linear scale, or does it get worse as the outage gets longer? And that's an important question. There's some literature on that topic, but I would say, from my reading, there's probably a need to extend it if one really wants to get an adequate representation. But on the value of a statistical life, or as EPA now calls it, the value of mortality reduction, that I think is perhaps a phrase that's particularly appropriate for this kind of application for risk mitigation. There has been a lot of work, and there's been a lot of background behind EPA's adoption. They revise it periodically. As William says, we could save ourselves a lot of work and perhaps blame and controversy if California is able to adopt those. There may be some reason to modify them a little bit if we have a justifiable reason for doing so. And similarly on value of loss of load, maybe there's a reason, maybe the model needs to be sensitive to the type of customer, maybe even region specific, if there's a sound reason why the value is greater in some than others. Maybe it shouldn't be universal, but that should be a matter for sort of discussion, and preferably empirical testing. With economists do have methods that they use for trying to estimate these things.
And to
I have hands raised from
okay.
Eric Wojcik and also Marty Kurtovich. Sorry to interrupt. I thought that might have been a good place to pause.
Yes.
So let's hear from Eric first, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Eric Wojcik from UCAN. So as I think I explained in previous discussions among us, that spent a lot of time on outage costs, just again reviewed the Lawrence Berkeley Labs hybrid study approach and a whole set of other things. It's so specific. It's a hugely important feature that I think we have to have in the MAVF and we have to have in the risk-based decision-making process, but it is not generalizable even to groups of customers. So it makes it very difficult to apply. But I want to agree with Vincent in general about what we're focusing on here, and that particularly outage costs is very specific. And I know we're going to get to that at a later point, and we're talking about potentially outsourcing that or something like that in the recommendation today. We'll talk about that. It has to be done very well, but if it's done very well, it's hugely important. It's hugely critical, and UCAN supports getting to much greater detail on that. Hope that's useful. Thanks.
And Eric,
Thank
to
you.
be clear, when we're recommending standardizing the parameters and the formulas, we're not specifying how detailed those formulas should be. So they can be as detailed, and should be as detailed as they need to be in order to accurately reflect all the different characteristics that are relevant. Our only point is that once we've done all that work, we, meaning the state of California, everybody has done all that work and agreed on what the best formula is that we can come up with, then we should all use it. Rather than having everybody do that work, everybody come up with a different formula, and now we've got to figure it out.
Yeah, it makes complete sense. William, thank you.
We had a hand raised from Marty Kurtovich of the Safety Policy Division. Staff.
Thanks, Fred. I first thank the level 14 for a great report and all the time and effort.
Sorry, Marty, you're not very clear. Maybe you could turn up your mic.
Okay, I'll try.
Great.
How's that? Okay.
Very good.
Relevant to this recommendation, I had a question. If you have the natural gas transmission industry as an example, particularly last June, we had training by Kent Mulbauer, who's a pipeline transmission expert, and he demonstrated how he thought the PHMSA requirements would fit in the electric industry, California. So I was wondering if you had a chance to look at that.
Can you repeat that? The VINSA requirements? I'm not sure I quite caught what you were referring to.
The natural gas transmission pipelines in the country are regulated by a federal agency.
VINSA. Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
So they have requirements for risk modeling that pretty much Kent Mulbauer designed, but it monetizes risk and has other advantages. And I was wondering if you had a chance to look at that as potentially related to this recommendation.
Well, personally, I don't think I have looked at it. Any of my other team members looked at that, Sam?
This is Sam. I am aware of PHMSA, and that's one of the things I think
Yes.
we recommended is that we look at what they're doing.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm just repeating you, Sam, which is a good thing.
Yeah, that's an example of the government agencies where we want to be capitalizing on that. And again, a lot of that kind of detail we're hoping will come out during the workshops where everybody puts their head together, identifies different sources of this data. We all look at it, we all compare notes, we all say, yeah, looks really great, let's use it.
And I just want to say, I've heard from people in the industry that other countries have done this fairly well too. You know, we're not the only people in the world with gas. Canada, the Netherlands. I mean, let's see what people are doing, but not try to make it up ourselves.
Right.
All right. Thank you.
If there are no other questions on this particular recommendation or comments or concerns, let's move on to the next slide recommendation. George, if you can move on to slide 11. So this is ID MAVF3 of the recommendations. With input from the parties involved, the CPUC should adopt standard metrics for electric and gas reliability, possibly adjusted for regional characteristics, and all IOUs should then use those metrics when estimating MAVF scores.
So I think this recommendation is relatively straightforward. Obviously, it feeds into our previous discussion on the valuation of reliability. And the metrics for electric and gas reliability, should be such that they, appropriately mesh with the valuation of those reliabilities. And, as before, the fact that different utilities, in some cases, use different metrics here makes things a little hard to compare. So our proposal here is simply that there should be a process mediated by CPUC with input from all the parties to develop agreements about what those standards should be, possibly adjusted for particular local regional characteristics. And then those should serve as the inputs to estimating the MAVF scores. So any questions or comments about that?
Vincent has his hand raised, so go ahead, Vincent.
Just wanted to say this is also one that we highly support and would like to see in phase 2 as well.
Very good.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Let's move on to the next slide. George? This is risk modeling 1 with input from the parties involved and building from prior work by industry recognized sources, such as the Gas Technology Institute and Canadian Energy Regulator and the Electric Power Research Institute. The CPUC should adopt a standard taxonomy of risks to be used by all of the IOUs for RSC modeling.
Sam, you want to say something briefly about this one?
Yeah. So I think it's maybe SoCal Gas and PG&E in the risk, the chapters of risk. I mean, they've got similar systems in that they have transmission pipe and distribution pipe, and yet they list different risk events that where I've talked to one person in the industry who says, look, the risk events on a pipe are it leaks or it bursts. Now, I don't know enough to know if that's enough, but you know, with a car, it could have a flat tire or it doesn't have a flat tire. It's well defined. I think there may be risks that some IOUs face that are in their own category, but at least if we look at what can happen to a transmission pipe, you know, say sort of this, or this, it goes back to the bow tie issue as well. That when we look at nuclear reactors, they're kind of a finite number of things we talk about.
And I think our point here is that even if one of the IOUs truly had a completely unique to that IOU risk, it could be added to the standard dictionary. And it could just happen that they were the only ones who used it. But the point would be that we would have a standard dictionary that everybody uses. And so, and the meaning of each thing in that standard dictionary is consistent across all the IOUs.
Well, and that should be true of all standards.
Yeah.
You know, the value of a statistical life. I don't know. Here's a subdivision consisting only of brain surgeons of some rare kind. I don't know. Maybe we want to do something special for that subdivision, because if we lose these guys, but that has to be a layer that you put on explicitly above whatever the standard is.
Right.
I don't know, Vincent. Oh, Rick Haynes has his hand raised. You can go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, no, I just wanted a little bit of clarity on what is exactly meant by the standard taxonomy, and maybe more importantly or equally, define taxonomy. I think I know in my mind what you mean, but
taxonomy dictionary. It's another word for dictionary.
Well, I guess I think of a dictionary as like a definition of terms, like a lexicon, right? But taxonomy to me seems more like somewhat of a hierarchy, if you will, similar to like, you know, kingdom, phylum, all that sort of thing. So I was a little confused by this, and so, and maybe I'm still am. Is it a dictionary, or is it a hierarchy, or is it a categorization? I'm confused by this.
I think it's both the dictionary and categorization. I mean, I'm sorry, hierarchy, and it's the dictionary. Sam, you want to jump in?
I want to go back. Well, I want to go back to the risk chapters. What is a risk chapter, right? I think that's what we're really addressing here, right? That the risk chapters, in many cases, lined up perfectly, but in some cases they didn't. And in particular, because I know a little about gas transmission risks, I noticed between two of the IOUs, they were listing sort of different things, and I didn't know how to compare apples to apples. But it will be to whatever level of detail it's got to go. I mean, you know, with a pipe, I mean, there's internal corrosion, there's external corrosion, there's some guy on a backhoe digs into it on a Friday night. Those are, and then the things that happen, it bursts or it leaks. You know what? It's because you guys were so close. The IOUs were so close in their risk chapters that the little differences feel like a piece of sand in the swimming suit. I guess I'd put it that way. You guys aren't far from this. You were so close that let's just make it a little tighter.
Vincent, do you have your hand up, or?
Yeah. So I once again, just like to understand a little bit more about what the proposal involves, right? Because it seems like building this taxonomy is something that's ongoing and might take as we get new risks or you know, it might just take more time than we have in phase 2, for example, to get all the risks standardized in this taxonomy. So I'd just like to understand the proposal a little bit more. Is this basically establishing criteria or guidelines for what should be in the taxonomy or how the taxonomy should work? Or is this actually going down and trying to reconcile Edison's and Tempra's and PG&E's risk? I'd just like to get some more details on that.
So the idea here is that, well, what we're agreeing on is to develop the taxonomy and standardize on the taxonomy. And then the taxonomy itself would be applied to all the IOUs, and it's going to define all the elements that we're going to be using for risk modeling going forward with a standardized definition of each of those. And then, so it's the components, the building blocks for other risk models, and making sure that those are standardized in terms of what they're called and how they're defined and how they're related, where there's a hierarchical relationship. And then you'll see that if you look at our very last recommendation, we do recommend for all of these that they be updated on an ongoing basis as new things are added. So this would be something that, just like the Webster's dictionary, you know, it can't stay constant. Every year they have to add some new words and update things. And so this taxonomy will be developed, and then there'll be periodic updates to it to add new elements as new things come up.
And I want to stress that start with the risk chapters. I mean, it's like basically done as far as I'm concerned, right? This is not, oh my God, it's a whole new thing we have to do now that we didn't have to do. No, you're already doing 98% of it. It's just let's, where possible, align between IOUs on certain things.
Start with the risk chapters, but in all fairness, I haven't seen Edison's risk chapters yet, so it's like we don't have everything we have to start so far, right? We might have at the end of May, but right now we don't.
Well, is there some law that prevents the IOUs from seeing what the other IOU is doing here? I mean, I don't see any harm to
I don't think there's any law. I don't think there's any laws. They're probably still working on it, so it's probably not ready yet. So I know they can speak for themselves, but all I'm saying is that the process. I think we need to have realistic expectations of what it would take to get all these 3 IOU risk chapters out. And once again, we have a fixed timeline. You know, this phase 2 timeline, phase 3 timeline. We need to understand the work first before we jump in wholeheartedly. This one especially, I think it might take a little longer.
So Vincent, let's go back to those 3 things I talked about earlier. So here we agree that we want to have this eventually, that we think it's a good idea. Second, as part of one of these workshops, we define what's going to go into here and what are the sources that we're going to use. So what does the Gas Technology Institute already have? What does the CER have? What does the Electrical Power Research Institute have, and so on? So we look for a selection of, you know, what can we build from to create this. So that's part of that workshop. And then we look at how much time will it take to put this together? And then how long will it take to adopt it? I would think adopting would be pretty fast, but how long would it take to put it together? And we're not trying at this point to say, here's how long it'll take. We don't know how long it'll take. What we're trying to say is we agree that we should have this. We agree that we should all work towards this.
But also, I view this as a glass 7/8 full instead of 1/8 empty. I mean, we could actually start with the current risk chapters, which were remarkably uniform, right? That's what surprised me. Wow, these guys are all thinking about this the same way. Fantastic. Oh, here's a little place where they aren't. I ought to be able to take care of that quickly with reference to PHMSA and all these other guys. It's not like you were all born yesterday. You've been in this business for decades. So here, the thing is how close you are already, not how far we are. With things like the statistical value of human life, yes, there seems to be quite a bit of disparity, which I think is not good, and we do need to correct. But in this case, this is like just some final sanding and polishing, I think.
Katie has her hand up. Katie.
Yeah, and this question is actually more, I think, for the IOUs than anyone else. As I think through how to respond to this recommendation, I think about not just the SMAP proceeding, but the ramp and how the ramp rolls into the GRC. And a thing that has, to me, seemed really important is how the utility is internally managing its own systems, and how it can take information and direction from one proceeding to another. And I guess I could see a world in which we come up with a common risk taxonomy, but I guess my question to the utilities is, if there was a common risk taxonomy, is that something that would just be, exogenous to the utility? Like they would only be using it in the ramp proceedings. They wouldn't be carrying that back through into how they were preparing a GRC proceeding and a GRC request, if that makes some sense. So I do want to keep in mind that there's an importance to having comparability, but we also need to be able to follow a thread from the ramp to the GRC.
Hi, Katie. This is Fred Haynes from SPD. Yeah, I would envision that if this is adopted, that the way that risks are defined should be carried back to the enterprise risk register level at the utility, that they would have to be starting to think about these things from their very first high level. They'd say, okay, we've got these standard risks probably exist in our system, XYZ. Let's consider the risks as defined in this taxonomy. Where do they fall in our enterprise risk register? And that, so I would expect that would be a practical implementation, or that would be expected of how this would go, so that they naturally flow through from that point into a ramp, into the GRC, that it's not something done outside of the utility's normal, otherwise, risk decision processes. That's my view.
Right. And so I guess I think that's exactly what I was attempting to say. You said it much more eloquently. I think then I have a concern about utility buy-in. And if we could hear from the utilities on, if this is something they can settle on, if this is something they need to go to higher ups on. I mean, we've had this ongoing question about identifying what should be standardized and what the time frame for doing that. I guess I'm also saying I agree that this should be standardized, but can it be standardized?
Sorry, Katie, this is Russell Archer from Edison. I agree that you're asking the right question about can it be standardized. A couple of thoughts. One, we would need to think about this further and talk to our management. Something that comes to mind initially is that our board of directors has a responsibility to sort of define and approve the enterprise risks. And that is an important role, and one that we should be careful that we're not unintentionally preempting. And second, to your point about about the GRC, I have concerns that if we change something here unintentionally, it could unintentionally affect our GRC showings. And as you know, our GRC showing is based on our forecast of the requirements to run the company. And I wouldn't want to make any changes here that would somehow restrict our ability to make those kinds of forecasts in contravention of, I think, really the rate case plan. So I think this is an important process, but to Katie's very important point, it is an initial step into something that leads to something much more consequential, which is the GRC, where the funding for all of these important mitigation measures is litigated and ultimately approved. Thank you.
And just one clarification. The enterprise risk register for an IOU would be a comprehensive list of risks, and we're not looking at replacing the enterprise risk register. What we would be looking at is standardizing the portion of the enterprise risk register that deals with the RSE calculations and the RSE process. So to the extent that the enterprise risk register, so the parts of the enterprise risk register that are relevant to RSE, we would hope would be standardized. However, the enterprise may have risks that are completely outside the scope of what we're talking about, and this would have nothing to do with those risks.
And I would also say, instead of saying, can it be standardized? The question should be, how much of it can be standardized? Because that's less work for all you guys. I mean, the harder it is to do all this reporting, the less accurate it will be and the less useful it will be. So if through standardization, the way the nuclear industry does it, right? I think they are very highly standardized in terms of their risks. They've got a very big problem to deal with. Well, by standardizing it makes it easier for them. And I would like to see it easier for the IOUs and the regulators to say, well, good, here are all the standardized ones. We'll spend the bulk of the meeting on these crazy ones.
I just wanted to respond to Katie's question, and I do think that there's going to be some. I think this what she describes, whether these are just standardized risks and whether we actually use them or is it just for rank filing. I think that needs more consideration. I think there's some risk where the events could be in one bow tie, another bow tie, and so organizational issues need to be considered as well. So that's possible. So in which case, yeah, we need to really think about how much standardization we want. Thanks for pointing that out.
Does anyone else have anything you want to add to this conversation? Okay, George, can we move on to the next slide? So this recommendation is ID'd as Risk Modeling 2. With input from the parties involved, the CPUC should adopt a standardized list of mitigation activities, for example, undergrounding power lines, and define a standard time horizon for the assumed effectiveness of each mitigation. All IOUs should then use this standardized list of mitigation activities and time horizons for RSE modeling.
This is Katie. I would just say, again, with this one, as with risk modeling 1, I conceptually agree this would be great. I think I have the same question for the utilities.
Rick has his hand up.
Yeah, and I'm not going to answer your question, Katie, because I have one of my own, and maybe it's an add-on, or you can add on to it as well. But so again, just getting to a standardized list of mitigation activities. That right there, I mean, so is that saying, is the suggestion there that we all do the same thing? Or is this some maybe similar, somewhat analogous to maybe compliance activities, where there are specific, compliance activities that the IOUs probably all do, but maybe we approach it in a different way as far as scope and timing and things of that nature. So could you just maybe give some examples of what you might think are some, could be a standardized mitigation activity?
Running an ILI on a gas pipe. I mean, I think everyone knows what it means. And you're not limited to these, but again, if it can make the IOU's lives easier by, well, we've got all these things, and we're looking at these in our menu of things to choose from. Not that anyone is forced to do any of these. There are alternatives to ILI, but where we can give a mitigation, a well-defined name, I think would help everybody to streamline the process.
And to standardize on the time horizon that we assume the mitigation is effective for each one of them.
Yeah.
And so I think, again, we don't want to say at this point in time what that list should be, or even what level of granularity it should be, how many things should be on that list. We don't know. We think that's going to come up as part of that workshopping process. And so it's going to be what is useful, what level of granularity is useful for this to be useful to the IOUs and useful for the things. But once we've decided what that is through this workshopping, we can say, well, here's the list of 10 standard mitigations, or 100 standard mitigations, or 1,000 standard mitigations, for each one what the assumed standard time horizon is. And that should cover most of the mitigating work that you guys are doing. And you won't necessarily be doing all the things on the list.
Let's go to Katie and then Vincent.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I agree completely. It has always been my goal to have standardization within things like defining mitigations. I don't do this to pick on PG&E. I'm doing it because it's on the top of my mind. Rather than breaking out in the past, this is not anything recently, but in the past it was hardening included undergrounding and covered conductor and other work, rather than having those broken out. And for other utilities may break those out, and it's a lot more useful to have those broken out. I just really want to stress the importance of either having the buy-in from the utilities or the direction from the CPUC to make sure that this standardization is flowing through the actual, development of the GRC, et cetera, so that it is for more than just the ramp. Because that's where I think a lot of the value comes from, is when it's flowing back into the way that the utilities are managing their businesses.
I think that for me, and I can't speak to the GRC, but I think that for me, the initial focus is on the RSE and the ramp and specifically this area that we're looking at. With the hope that it'll offer value back to the business.
But for the interveners, the ramp is just one part of the process. And,
right.
And I understand what you're saying. But the GRC is the big kahuna, I guess I would say. And so if they're separated and they're not using the same formats, and they're not uniform between one another, that creates a lot of difficulty for interveners in the commission to track the changes and the differences and the improvements from one to the next.
Okay, so I would say it's clear to me that we have a big opportunity here in the area of standardization on the risk area, the ramp and so on. It's also clear to me that, and again, I'm not speaking for the CPUC, but to me, it's clear that the CPUC can't dictate how SDG&E or PG&E or whatever, what they do internally for their internal risk management, for their internal decision making, for their internal board of directors. That's all up to them. They're an independent company. So there's a clear dividing line there. The GRC is kind of in the middle because the GRC, to the extent that they're asking ratepayers to pay for things, it should be consistent and make sense and tie in. So that there is a transition there. But for example, if we go back to the enterprise register idea, I think that saying you have to report for ramp purposes and for risk spend efficiency purposes, you have to use a standard taxonomy so that it's consistent and so that we can trace it, that makes total sense. Saying your enterprise register has to be structured this way, and you have to use what we tell you. That's getting into their business operations. And I don't think that we have the legal or the authority to do that. So I think that we have to kind of differentiate between those two. The GRC, it does make sense because we're asking the ratepayers to pay for stuff. So there has to be consistent enough that that decision can be made logically. And I don't know. I don't want to step into the CPUC's bailiwick here.
Let's go to Vincent, Rick, and then Stephen Frank.
Okay.
Actually, I think I'll hand it up to Steve Frank, who's also at PG&E. Steve, are you?
You're muted, Steve. Muted, Steve. You're muted. Nope.
Why don't we go ahead with the other speaker first, and then we'll try to sort out for Steve here.
Rick, do you want
Steve lowered his hand, so maybe he's standing pat.
Okay, then I'll just jump in with some thoughts that I had. And I get the sense as the more we talk about this might be one of the areas where we might be going down a rabbit hole, in the sense that there are a lot of issues, and we keep on, pulling on the big ball of thread, or whatever the analogy is. And I get the sense that this might be more effort than we have time for, or it might not be the best use of our time or bang for the buck. What does standardization mean, right? I mean, like, you brought us some examples, ILI, that one's fairly obvious, but maybe, like, the utilities might, for example, pass training in different places in different for the different IOUs, and then what does that standardization imply, right? Does it get back to our GRC? Does it mean we have to standardize our math codes with Edison? I don't know. So I think that it's going to lead to all these complications, and in the interest of time, I think we would probably want to focus on other topics.
Well, I want to mention another part of that ball of yarn too, which I'm concerned about, or I don't understand. How do we discount risk mitigation over time? If, we understand how to discount dollars with a discount rate. It's well understood. $1 100 years from now is not worth as much as $1 today. But how do you say a life saved 100 years from now? What's that worth compared to today? I don't, and Max, I don't know if you've thought about that, but I think this is a pretty big ball of yarn that we could pull on for a while, and I don't think we'll have answers on this one right away. But does anyone have anything?
Well, Sam, if we're converting them all to dollars anyway, if we're converting everything to dollars, which we're doing, then you can apply the standard discount rate to everything, including the value of a statistical life 100 years from now.
Maybe. I guess I'm maybe a little more concerned about forest management today versus forest management in the future. How does stuff we do today impact stuff? So, look, I do think this is a very important area for us to standardize on, but I also agree it's complex in a couple dimensions.
So but let me just, what we're looking at here, where we're going into a lot of areas. What all we're saying is that for risk, spend efficiency, and ramp purposes, as part of our recommendation, it could later on things could go beyond this, but as part of our recommendation for ramp and risk, spend efficiency purposes, there should be a list of mitigation activities. And for each of the mitigation, that's like a common list. And then for each of those mitigation activities, we should have a standard time horizon for the assumed effectiveness. So we're not talking about anything else. That's the extent of this particular recommendation.
I just want to point out, I think in track and perhaps I just want to point out, I think in track 3 there was a recommendation made that all the mitigations and ramp should be the exact same mitigations and the GRC as well. So I think that recommendation was made by Energy Division. Please let me know if I'm wrong. So I think the point is that once again, it is a ball of yarn. I think we can't just keep it to ramp, right? So that's my take on it. This one might be more than we can chew off.
Okay.
I believe we had a hand raised from Chris Baker. I thought I saw Charles too, but he may have. I think Chris Baker definitely has his hand up, so let's go with Chris.
Thank you. This is Chris Baker again with SoCal Gas. I'm really hoping that we consider the unintended consequences with this recommendation. I feel like this could restrict innovation and lead to the use of, say, for instance, proposing a chainsaw because it conforms with standardization when really only a scalpel is needed to mitigate the risk. At SoCal Gas, we're committed to continuous improvement and the pursuit of excellence, and this push for standardization could really inhibit that.
So Chris, you raise a very good point, and it is important that once we establish the standardization establishes a baseline, so it shouldn't hold back innovation. So if we go back, when we get to our recommendation 18 and 19, recommendation 18 is that wherever there's one of these standards, that there's the ability to come up with something better and to say, you know what, we want to do this better than the standard. We want to go against the standard because it's better, and to justify that. And then recommendation 19 says, once people start to do that, we should change the standard to incorporate the better approach. So for example, in list of mitigations, let's say that you guys did come up with something, a new few mitigations that were really great. You say, well, we want to add these 3 mitigations to our list. And so we say, okay, fine. And then 6 months later or a year later, we're reviewing the list of mitigations and we say, these guys had these 3 that they added. Let's add those to the standard list. So the idea is that these standards are not stagnant, they evolve over time. And it's that exception capability that gives the guideposts for how they should evolve.
It's exactly right. I think it's like a yardstick. And so when you say chainsaw and scalpel, we all know what you mean, right? And there are tools for cutting things. Then someone comes in with a laser. I can do this with a laser less invasively. You need that to be, you need an incentive for people to do that because it gives me a better RSE. I hope no one is thinking that, no, you have to do this, or this. You got to do an ILI first, then you can do a hydro, then you can do this, you can do that.
Yeah,
not at all.
That applies to all of these standards. It really is. We really do not want to slow down innovation at all.
I just wanted to pipe in and repeat what I thought I heard Katie saying at the beginning, which is her impression was that in the past there had been like one utility saying, we're going to do system hardening as a mitigation. But it turns out that there's lots of different actual activities that are, under that umbrella. So better to maybe just say, hey, here's the currently understood standard list of wildfire mitigations or electric system, mitigations. They are undergrounding, overhead conductor hardening, vegetation management. In other words, just having a common understanding of what the most understood sets of things that would be commonly used by any utility to approach, say, wildfire safety, and having that as, like we were saying, sort of a base of understanding. We all know what those mean. You know, we all know what undergrounding means. We all know what veg management meant. That kind of thing. Just to have a clear basis. That's my understanding of kind of what was illustrated.
Yep, that's exactly right.
And I definitely see this recommendation of what's being proposed here, but I just feel like we're adding additional steps in which would limit our ability to be able to perform, you know, continuous improvement and innovation. So any way that those can be minimized and allow the utilities to act on their best interests would only, you know, improve our safety.
But acting, I don't see how more granularly and clearly defining mitigations would have any impact on your ability to provide service. It would just impact your ability to report on that to the ramp and then later to the GRC.
I feel like we're setting at least mitigations that would not exactly conform to how we would best operate our utility by what's being proposed here.
But we haven't defined what those are. So, I mean, they could in theory be exactly aligned with the way you operate your utility.
I mean, by well defining and identifying on a granular, you know, at the most granular level what the different mitigations are. I agree. There's no limitation. The list can be long. The list of mitigations could be long.
It can be as long as you want. Exactly. And if you go off to a conference in the Netherlands and you learn about some brand new approach, we can add it to the list.
Yeah, I guess my concern is what happens if it's not within the definition, and that's where I feel like it could really stifle, you know, the our ability to have innovation and continuous improvement.
Well, no, because if you come out with a laser, and the laser, instead of the chainsaw or the scalpel, the laser gives you better RSE, then we'll all be using lasers next year. In fact, the RSE is sort of the incentive structure here to make you try new stuff. Because, of course, you want to get it as good as you can.
So Chris, I think that the idea would be when we get to that, I think it's recommendation 18, the one where we talk about how, you know, exceptions and so on. We just want to make sure that that process is fast and easy and not cumbersome. And on the one hand, we want the IOUs to be able to add new capabilities and not be held back from doing that. On the other hand, we don't want to have things change for the sake of change. So if there is a standard definition of a value of a statistical life, for example, well, we'd like to have you use that. And if we're going to change it, let's talk about that. So where things are well defined by these standards and the standards are working, let's use it. And where we want to go beyond those, let's go beyond them. And then if you guys develop some brand new great approach, Sam's example of the laser for cutting, if that becomes part of the standard, then other people can use it as well, which I think in their risk spend efficiency is probably okay. I mean, I don't think that we're looking for competitive advantages between the IOUs on how they save lives. I think that we want all of us to be better at that.
Rick had his hand raised at one point. Dr. Charles Feinstein. I don't know if you guys still want to ask that. We're right up against the lunch break.
Yeah, this is Rick. I'll ask real quick, and I'm just wondering about, you know, with the standards. I hear standardization, and again, I'm not necessarily against standardization. It can be good, certainly in certain instances. How do you maybe foresee though this affecting regulations? So in other words, we said, hey, you know, you've got this laser, we should all use this laser, right? So does then that become an issue for regulating that we all have to use that laser or all have to do the same thing? What implications does that possibly hold, if any?
I would argue against that. I mean, just right off the bat, a brain surgeon decides what he or she is going to use. That is not the implication of this at all. It's that if we do have a standard list, and we can quickly point to it and say, well, I'm using an ILI over here to do thus and such, then that streamlines the process, because you don't have to describe that an ILI is running some piece of equipment through a pipe and go into that in detail. Or the hardening example that Katie used, right? If hardening really could mean one of 3 or 4 things, then let's not use the word hardening. Let's use undergrounding or, protecting conductors.
Yeah, I think, Rick, that we want to make sure that we don't inadvertently get into a situation where we stifled innovation. And so it's going to be really good during the workshopping process, not only to get the standards right, but to make sure that the processes that are put in place don't stifle innovation. But for the 90% of overlap here and where things are consistent, that is conducive to standardization.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you guys. With that being said, let's take our lunch break now. We'll all meet back at 1 p.m. sharp, and we'll get started at that time. Thank you guys.
Thanks, Arnold.
All right. I guess Brevin will be sharing the slides shortly, so we'll get started as soon as he's able to share those slides. I think we are on the next slide, Brevin. Perfect. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and get started. I'm not sure who's back and who's not. Hopefully they'll join us shortly if they're not here already. So the ID for recommendation, this recommendation is risk modeling 3. With input from the parties involved, the CPUC should adopt a standard readability factor to be used for RC calculations. I think that's pretty straightforward, but I'll level 4 if you want to expound upon that.
It's just that the risk numbers can be very small, like fractional numbers. And so it's useful to multiply them times something to make the numbers more readable. And right now there's no consistency in terms of what we multiply by. So it's just selecting a standard multiple to use for expression of risk. I would think this was pretty non-controversial.
Yeah,
I'm in
I
favor.
thought that of some of the others, but okay. So I guess nobody has any.
I guess just to say something, I mean, within this for comparability, we need to standardize on the MAVF first, right? I think, right?
I'm not sure. I think this is dependent on any of the other recommendations. I think this is kind of a standalone recommendation. I think as much as possible, we've tried to make our recommendations independent of each other, or at least mostly independent.
Okay.
Okay.
Semper does not object. Yeah.
We can move on to the next slide, Brevin. So risk modeling 4 recommendation. With input from the parties involved, the CPUC should adopt a standard discount rate to be used when discounting risk-related costs and benefits of various categories for RC modeling.
So the idea here is philosophically, we believe that first of all, just by background, the discount rates used to discount the future value of dollars. And philosophically, we believe that the dollars that are being discounted are ratepayer dollars. And therefore, they would be the correct discounting rate, whatever it is, would be consistent across ratepayers throughout the state. And so a standard discount rate should be used for RSE calculation purposes. I would emphasize that this is not limiting what the individual IOUs do for their internal discounting. So each IOU will have its own cost of capital and so on that it uses for net present value calculations for projects. So we're not trying to get into that area at all. We're strictly speaking about with respect to risk spend efficiency and what's the most efficient way to spend risk dollars, that should be done from a discount rate that's appropriate for the ratepayers.
Rick had his hand up. Rick.
Yeah, thanks. Totally get the discounting costs and that, but would you be suggesting that that same discount rate, excuse me, on the benefits of risk reduction, you're saying that should, well, a couple of things. Would that same discount rate apply to all of the risks presented in the ramp on the risk reduction benefit? Or is it just, okay, we've got one for, let's say, a discounted rate for the benefit on employee safety. There might be a different discounted rate for contractor safety, whatever you know, or whatever.
We're looking at converting everything ultimately to dollars or dollar equivalents using the formulas and so on that we've been talking about. And then once we have everything converted to dollar equivalents, dollars are fungible. You know, the dollar, a dollar is a dollar is a dollar. So it would apply across the board.
Vincent had his hand raised, and then Russell.
So I'm not sure I understand what we're getting at here. Could a standard discount rate be the utilities WACC, weighted average cost of capital? Or
So right now, the discount rates that are used by the IOUs appear to be cost of capital for the individual IOUs, which is standard net present value kind of analysis. We're suggesting that rather than having the discount rates be IOU specific, that because ultimately these are flowing forward to, you know, where the ratepayers are paying for these things, that we should be using a standard discount rate that would apply to all the IOUs equally, and that would be more based on an appropriate discount rate for, you know, California's ratepayers as a whole.
So this is Russell Archer from Edison. So ultimately, customers pay for these costs, but the investments are made by the utility shareholders up front. And so that's why we use our IOU specific weighted cost of capital. And the cost of capital is a heavily litigated IOU specific issue.
I want to point out from PG&E's standpoint, we do include the present value of revenue requirements as well in our costs. That's PG&E. So I mean, and that's our attempt to capture the all-in cost for customers too, right? So I'm just trying to understand what's being.
I think you might look at it this way. What if there were a particular mitigation that costs something, played out over time, and you had your choice of either one of two IOUs performing that mitigation in this one case? It wouldn't make sense to have different RSEs on that mitigation just because one of the IOUs had a higher internal cost of capital, right?
Sam, you don't have that choice. The ratepayers are captive to the incumbent distribution.
I totally get it. I totally get that. But what I'm saying is to compare. So suppose then there were an identical mitigation. I'm not saying that I have a strong position on this, but I'm just saying here's a test case. I have an identical ILI performed by one IOU or another IOU. It performs an identical risk reduction at an identical cost. When we are tracking RSE, do we want the different IOUs to show different RSEs for that identical operation that reduces an identical amount of risk? And I think William's point is,
I think the answer for us is yes.
I think the answer is yes, because it doesn't cost the same for the IOUs because they have different costs of capital. So the premise that it would cost the same is a false premise.
Yeah, no, I understand. I mean, that's a good argument, and I think that doesn't put this issue to bed, but I get your argument.
So Steve makes the argument, or Steve asked the question, suppose each IOU used its own weighted cost of capital. Could the resultant risk scores still be compared across the IOUs? They can still be compared, but the answers will be different.
But relative mitigations performed by that IOU, you could still do it, right? So it would be using its own cost of capital for all of its mitigation. So you could see the relative risk score efficiencies for that IOU as it makes its choices between programs. Well,
yes, but it will change the answers. So based on the spending profile for the costs and the benefits, if the cost of capital is different for one IOU versus the other, it could change the relative order of the risk spend efficiency mitigations. So for because of the fact that the discounting at different rates for the future dollars.
But it wouldn't change the order for that IOU.
Yes, it would. Well, it would change the order. It would change the orders. Yes, it would change the orders that it would. Two exact let's take two exact, two equivalent mitigations. Every other parameter is the same other than the discount rate for two different IOUs. If the discount rate's different, the priority of those two could swap. Now,
I don't agree with that. So let's follow that hypothetical a little bit further.
okay.
Say PG&E's cost of capital is higher than SCE's.
Yes.
Yes, the RSC for PG&E's covered conductor will look worse than the RSC for SCE's, but it won't vis-a-vis other things in PG&E's portfolio. The ranking in PG&E's portfolio won't change because PG&E will be using its own cost of capital across all of its mitigations.
Yeah, so let me.
No, I disagree. I agree with William on this, because what if I had a short-term fix or a long-term fix? So one of my mitigations fixes something tomorrow. The other one doesn't fix it for 3 years. Well, then my cost of capital very much impacts my priorities for those two.
And I mean, if you take, for example, something like undergrounding versus vegetation management, where they have very different lifespans, very different cost profiles, and so on. The cost of capital could easily change the order of that very significantly.
And wouldn't that be appropriate? Because PG&E's cost of capital is a real thing. Why should PG&E be forced to use Edison's cost of capital when PG&E is making its investment decision?
So that's now you're to the legitimate question, I think, in my opinion. The legitimate question is it necessary and appropriate that the risk spend efficiency reflects the cost of capital of the IOUs, even though ultimately the ratepayers are the ones who are funding this? And if the answer is yes, that in fact it should, then we should remove this recommendation.
So I go back to my original point, but the investors are fronting the money and the customers are paying the revenue requirement over 30 or 40 years. And I think that's where Vincent is as well, but I will stop using up everyone's time.
No, those are good points.
Yeah, so then what we're optimizing for, because the reason you do discounting is to optimize. So we're optimizing for, or with the perspective from that, for this particular little element of the whole picture, we're optimizing from the perspective of the investor because they're the ones who are putting up the money initially.
No, I don't. Sorry, I caught half of that, but I don't agree. Right, we're including the revenue requirements as well as the weighted cost, average cost of capital, which we think is the all-in cost that our ratepayers will have to pay, right, to make those investments.
Yeah,
because ultimately the cost of capital flows through to the revenue requirement that the customers pay. So I don't think you're optimizing for the investors. I think you're optimizing for the customers, but you have to base that optimization on your initial costs, which are fronted by the shareholders.
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in that, I think a goal for TURN is that each dollar is used to buy down the, each dollar is spent in the wisest way to buy down the greatest amount of risk. And I'm not sure how this recommendation it ultimately moves the needle on that, I guess. I don't want to go too far because I'm very quickly getting out of my depth when it comes to these matters, but I'm tending to agree that if it's going to be utility specific, so we should be perhaps reflecting the utilities because it's the use of money within that utility.
Yeah, and ultimately the ratepayers are going to have to pay the cost of money, is my understanding, right? So then,
yes, this is Melinda Dickinson from Protect Our Communities, and yes, that is correct. And there is also a longstanding requirement that the risk-based decision-making framework must, the utilities must show that they're not taking shareholders' interest into consideration when making their risk assessment decisions. So we are supposed to be focused on the ratepayers who are ultimately paying for all of this stuff.
These are ratepayer dollars, we agree, and they're using the weighted average cost of capital and present value of revenue requirements does capture, in our opinion, captures that cost.
So this is Eric Wojcik from UCAN, if I can jump in. We've been debating the utility cost of capital, as you all know, and started with energy efficiency and distributed energy resources and QFs and all that stuff compared to transmission lines, et cetera, for 40 years. Which perspective to use? In, I think, this case, the customers are not making any decisions. In those cases, you would use a customer discount rate for the participant's perspective. You'd use the utility discount rate for the utility perspective. But here, I think it's pretty obvious that the only ones that are spending money are the utilities. The customers are not investing anything per se, except through paying their rates. So I think this should be utility cost of capital. Then the second question is, should it be a weighted utility cost of capital of the average of the 3 or 5, whatever you want to say, 4 utilities? And I think it should probably be that if you want to make sure you have a standardized approach. If you want them to be separate, they're not a lot different. Just one other point, which is utility cost of capital is going to be a lower discount rate than the customer cost of capital. So if you use a customer cost of capital, you're going to be discounting future risk more. And I don't think we want to do that. So I hope that's useful.
So Dr. Wojcik, I agree with almost everything you said there. I just want to clarify that when I said weighted average cost of capital, I meant SCE specific weighted average cost of capital, not a blend across the utilities. And the term WACC takes into account that our financing structures are different. It's not all equity. And so that's what I meant by WACC. Thank you.
Got it. Thanks. Thank you.
Well, and just imagine that 2 utilities do have exactly the same risk. For one of them, it's much cheaper to mitigate it with mitigation A, and for the other, it's much cheaper for them to mitigate it with mitigation B. We clearly do not want to mandate that they both use mitigation B, right? We obviously want the free market at work here. And I think this cost of capital thing kind of relates to the example I just put out there, is that we need internal incentives within the IOUs to do it as efficiently as they can. And that could easily.
This is Melinda Dickinson from Protect Our Communities. I think it is a very important conversation, and I'm glad that y'all are raising this issue, because right now there are incentives to do capital projects, even though it might make far more sense from a safety and risk reduction perspective to use a service-oriented type of mitigation. So right now there are, the free market is not at work. It is a very artificial incentive that we have right now. So to the extent that this recommendation could somehow balance the playing field even within utilities, I'm not sure if that would also be a possibility. But as between, maintenance and capital projects, for example.
Okay, so I think that I didn't completely understand before that it was actually the utilities were funding the work and then ultimately recovering that money plus their cost of money from the ratepayers. And so therefore the cost to the ratepayers does vary by utility based on the cost of capital for each individual utility. And therefore it would make sense for it to be specific to each utility. And I think that we should remove this recommendation.
Well, how then can we address internally how can we balance, I guess, the problem that the utilities will their shareholders will profit from capital projects, and they will not get that guaranteed profit from non-capital projects?
So I disagree that that is the current incentive, but nothing, even if you don't agree with me, nothing here would change that. Using our utility specific cost of capital won't change that. And I would just make the point that, at least for Southern California Edison, we spend many hundreds of millions of dollars on wildfire mitigation and vegetation management, O&M costs, which are pass through cost to customers and are not capitalized every year.
This is Eric Wojcik, just to jump in. I agree with the previous statement that all adds to rate base gain profitability and are very much a strong incentive. In fact, it's a huge distortion, I think, in public utility regulation. That's a totally different problem, but don't ignore it. And some of it is expensed, and as was just said by Edison, I believe, but the amount that's capitalized is rate base, and it is a distorting and very difficult incentive. I don't think we can take it on in this proceeding. I wish we could.
Yeah, I agree that we're not dealing with the accounting issues with respect to capitalization versus expensing and those types of things as part of any of our recommendations.
I do think that if we're satisfied that the RSE is being presented in a realistic manner, that whether the proposed mitigation is capital intensive or expense intensive, those mitigations should stand on their relative merit in terms of risk spending achieved per ratepayer dollar without worrying about whether the utility is also making a profit on a particular one. I mean, there's a potentially an incentive for the utility to somehow distort their presentation that would somehow make it seem more favorable that the capital intensive mitigation is chosen. But as I say, I think if the costs are presented in a appropriate fashion, then we shouldn't have to worry about that in terms of choosing between mitigations. How effective is one mitigation with the ratepayer dollar versus another?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And this is Melinda again. That assumes that that the pool of mitigation starts out as accurate, and that there's not, that the utilities can't somehow present mostly capital intensive projects, which has been the case.
Yeah, and I think that goes to our earlier recommendation in terms of having standard sets of mitigation activities and lifespans for each of them.
That could help with that problem. Yes, thank you. I agree.
Okay.
Okay.
Seems like maybe we should move on.
Yeah, and I've taken a note to delete this recommendation.
So Brevin, can you move on to the next slide, please? This is ID Risk Modeling 5. With input from the parties involved, the CPUC should adopt standard templates for each of the standard risks. As a minimum, these templates should include input assumptions, intermediate variables, and MAVF attribute values.
Sam, you want to talk to this at all?
Yeah, well, yeah, I do. I mean, the idea would be to kind of look to the nuclear power plant modeling. We do not want to inhibit creativity on the part of the IOUs, but to view this as sort of a streamlining situation where there is kind of like a standard bow tie kind of thing for wildfire, for pipes blowing up, and that you work off of that as the base case, and then any specifics that would apply to a particular IOU where they have got a better way to handle this, you just deviate from that. So in other words, you start with that as a base case and then move away from that, again, with the hope of streamlining and making the risk mitigations more easily comparable between different IOUs.
Let's see. I wonder if I could point out here. So Turn already suggested using a more standardized structure for reporting the results. And I believe that PG&E has been doing an experiment, to develop and implement that as a kind of prototype. And it seems to me that that's already a great step in this direction, and maybe most of the way. I'm not sure if it includes the MAVF attribute values yet, but I don't know if Taryn or PG&E would care to comment on their progress on this.
Max, you read my mind.
Yes.
And you said that I was going to say that there was a transparency proposal that was adopted in the most recent phase 1, tracks 1 and 2. And I wanted to ask whether you had looked at that, because it does include the MAVF, like the different attributes in it. Turn and PG&E had a little bit different proposals, but I believe the upcoming SCE ramp is the first one where we are going to look at how these templates are filled out.
Yes, we did look at some of this material. Obviously, I don't think we've seen the SCE recent material, but
right, because it hasn't been filed yet.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, I thought that was very promising from my perspective.
Just wanted to mention, just following up what Katie talked about, the way I understand the proposal is SE is going to pilot it, and the pilot's going to be 60 days after the ramp. And the ramp filing is, correct me if I'm wrong, but May 30th or thereabouts. So it seems like we will want to at least take a look at what SE comes up with, get our feedback there, and work through that, right? So that being the case, as far as we want to think about the timing and whether it fits for phase 2 or phase 3. So yes, we should work on this. We continue to work on it, continue to build on I trust, fabulous work that SE will do. And the question is, whether we want to, whether we can, whether we have time to address it in phase 2 or phase 3, the next step of this work here.
All right, thank you guys. Does anyone else have anything to share about this recommendation? Okay, let's move on to risk modeling. I think it should be 6, right, Brevin? I think one slide back.
Hi, Arnold, before we go on, I just want to point out there's been a conversation in the chat.
Oh, sorry.
But I don't know that we need to go back on it now. We'll have that chat record available. Steve Hain commented on a standard time horizon for discounting benefits. And I don't know, do you want to maybe just review that in the chat?
I just think, let me jump in to clarify. So I really do think that it's a well-meaning recommendation to standardize things, and so far as the time horizon is concerned. But I think it's a much more complicated topic than it may superficially seem, because, as I pointed out, different assets may have completely different lifetimes, depending on a whole host of factors. Weathering that may vary significantly from one geographical area to another, or an asset's lifetime could be impacted significantly based on the impacts of other mitigations that may be done to prolong that asset. So it's a much more complicated issue than it may seem.
So Steve, to use your example of the power pole, where it can go from 20 years to 100 years, depending on all these different conditions. I think that our idea is that the standard for a power pole's lifetime, there may be 20 different subcategories under there, depending on, or it could even be a formula. So it could be a table where you look up the location and the weather conditions, whatever, or it could be a formula that you plug in a number and average rainfall or whatever the heck, I don't know what. But so the bottom line is we're not trying to say what level of granularity or detail or how it should be calculated. All we're saying is that we should do this analysis once, we should all figure it out, then we should apply, all the IOUs should take advantage of that and apply it, whatever those formulas or tables or whatever are, and then we can adjust it and refine it over time. So, but we don't want to imply that we have to simplify to the point where it's no longer valid.
Okay, thank you, William.
All right, thank you guys. Okay, so the next recommendation is risk modeling 6. With input from the parties involved, the CPUC should adopt standardized bow ties and influence diagrams for the standard list of risks.
Sam?
Yeah, well, I want to go back to Steve Haynes' point. Suppose we have a bow tie for a telephone pole. One of the inputs is, where is it located? You know, one of the inputs is, what is the weather? It doesn't, these could be treated as very different assets, but at least the bow tie is sort of the same for all of them. And again, I just keep coming back to the nuclear industry. We do not want to stifle creativity here, but by starting with a standard, it seems to me it should streamline the process. And then you can, it's very easy to say, well, look, my case is a little different here because my telephone poles are made out of titanium. Okay, then we won't use that bow tie for the wooden telephone pole.
Yeah, I think the idea of having a standard platform, recognizing that, you know, it's as good as far as it goes, and then as soon as some custom input needs to be made, you're saying I'm going to start with this standard, but I'm modifying it because of X, Y, Z. Here's the result. Now I have a hybrid of standard plus custom for a particular case.
Well, and that's what you could report. In other words, imagine there is some very complex thing, like it is a nuclear reactor, right? And you've got some special cases. Well, you don't report all the intricacies of the nuclear reactor bow tie. It's, you just take one of those off the shelf, and then you say, well, our situation adds these few details, and that way, in doing the filings and in doing the regulations, you're looking at the small changes rather than having to look at the whole thing every time.
Yeah, it allows people to notice and see the exceptions to the norm, so that when the CPUC is reviewing it, when the interveners are reviewing it, and we could be looking at it to question it, but we could also be looking at it to learn. You know, if somebody's found a better way to do something, it's going to be in those exceptions. And so then that gives us the opportunity to learn and to learn new things.
Well, there was something about cross-cutting risk factors. Because this is going to come up again and again. I just want to address, the question was, how would the bow ties incorporate cross-cutting risk factors? So let me just give you one example. I will do a bow tie of a transformer blowing up. One of the things going into it is the load on that transformer. Well, in a completely different part of the forest, we've got, global warming, which means people are going to use more air conditioning. So that if global warming creates more air conditioning, we're going to know that. And that means that all the telephone poles are going to have more, the transformers will have more loads coming into them. And that's going to tend to correlate their failures. So that the cross-cutting factors are things that impact a whole bunch of bow ties.
Sam, this is Rick Haynes at SCG, but saying all those transformers are going to have increased loads, does that accommodate for for on that hot day that will the loads, let's say along the coast, be increase as much as those loads out east or in the desert climates?
Hey, Grant.
Well,
Hey there.
yeah, because another thing going to the bow tie was going to be
draft
the.
you sent me in front of you? Because I can
Hello?
walk through suggested changes, and if you need more, I can work on it.
You're not on mute. Grant, you're not on mute.
So wait a minute. One of the things was load, but one of the things is location, right? So if the little bow tie wakes up and says, "Oh, I'm a transformer on the coast," I know I've got different situations than if I'm a transformer in the desert, because those things do all matter, right? Temperature, load, age,
Okay.
and I'm sure those are all in the bow tie now.
On the other meeting, and I was unmuted.
Grant, you're still unmuted.
So then, Sam, would you suggest that you'd have a different bow tie for those transformers on the coast than you would have for something out in the desert climate?
No.
And by that I mean, because now while you've got an influencing factor of climate, that climate influence is different on the coast than it is out in the east.
Yeah. No, I'm saying not that. I'm saying one of the nodes going into that transformer bow tie is the temperature. Another one is the load. And if you are, and this is where the idea of the libraries comes in. Let's just take load. Let's take an incredibly high temperature. Now, that incredibly high temperature needs to hit all of the 1,000 transformer bow ties at the same time in order to model the case of all the transformers in Los Angeles blowing up at once. But another global variable going in is temperature, and that is a function of whether you're on the coast or out in the desert. So no, a transformer is a transformer. You don't transformer in the desert, it's the same piece of equipment that would have the same bow tie. But this allows us to say the inputs to the transformer depend a lot on where it is.
Any other questions or comments or concerns on risk modeling 6?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I guess I should raise. So how far back do you really go on these influence, if you're incorporating the influence diagram? Where do you stop? And how granular do you get?
Well, that's the question. That's what we're all addressing here. You can see with the bow ties I looked at look pretty good,
Yeah. So we're not actually addressing that here. What we're doing is we're agreeing that it should be addressed here.
Exactly.
And I think that the answer is it needs to be sufficiently detailed to serve its purpose for the IOUs and for the interveners and for the CPUCs. We don't know what that level of detail is right now in order to serve the purpose, but we don't need to know right now.
Sorry. So would you say in your review of the ramps that you've done, our existing bow ties were not detailed enough?
I wouldn't say that. As William says, this needs to be investigated, and let's do it in kind of a standardized way.
We're just saying that they should be common for the same exact risk. The bow tie should be common and consistent across all 3 IOUs.
Or where there's something special from an IOU, they extend the bow tie to risk of, Martian invaders or something that wouldn't invade the other part of California. I mean, you're allowed to do that.
I think a lot of areas that we're saying should be standardized. To be clear, we're not saying that they're not being done correctly or well or anything like that. All we're saying is that they should be formally standardized, and we should agree on them, and then use those standards.
And as William said earlier, it's like you've got a base case and then some small deviations, as opposed to looking at the whole ball of wax every time and then not even knowing where the deviations are because it's too much, it fills the whole screen.
So I guess I'm thinking along the lines like, we've got our bow tie, right? And in the center of that bow tie is a risk event. And you can look at the triggers and drivers of that risk event as kind of sub risks, right? And what if we broke out one of those sub risks because we felt it was important enough to be looked at and evaluated as a standalone risk? Would that then apply to all the IOUs? And I'll use an example. Let's say motor vehicle incidents. One IOU could have that embedded, if you will, or as a driver or trigger to an employee safety event, whereas another IOU could have the motor vehicle incident as a separately stated risk outside of that employee safety event that we had originally. How do you then reconcile the two? Are we then saying that we all have to combine it into that employee safety risk, or will we be able to have employee safety and also that motor vehicle risk? How do we reconcile things of that nature?
I think what we're saying is that you're asking exactly the right question. How should we do it?
And within the framework of your recommendations, how do you think that might fit in?
So what we would anticipate happening is that there would be, during the workshop where this topic or these topics are discussed, we would be receiving input, not we, the group would be receiving input from the interveners, from the CPUC, and from each of the IOUs in terms of, here's how we do it, here's what the landscape is, here's how we'd like to see this work. And then we would see if things move towards a common element that was kind of a best practice. And if there's a best practice, then the CPUC can say, yes, this does seem like it works. This is a good best practice. Everybody looks at it, everybody says, yeah, we like that, let's follow that. Or we could say, there's two approaches here. They both seem to have advantages and disadvantages. We think we're going to have two different things, and it's going to be A or B, version A or version B, depending on what's going on. Well, we could do that because we could say that will give us the best results. So we're not trying to say, we don't want to say what the standards should be. They should be whatever will work the best. It's just that if there is something that's kind of common and it is a best practice and we can follow it, why not follow it?
Thanks.
Okay. Chris, with SoCal Gas, I just have one comment when time permits.
Go ahead. Is that Chris Baker?
Yes. Perfect. I just have a general concern that, risks that have more complex drivers, doing this standardization could, potentially limit, a more detailed risk analysis from being performed and really limit improvements on safety and reliability. The IOUs have different drivers for the risks because the risks are not the same at every utility. For instance, should the IOUs all have snow as a driver when they don't come across snow, with their motor vehicles or come in contact with it? For instance, high pressure pipe has several drivers versus dig-ins. I think it's best left to the individual utility to best model their driver's consequences and risk events for their particular risk that they're addressing. Thank you.
I don't think anyone disagrees with that. There must be something that is common to all. And then that's the basic bow tie. And you live in a snowy region, add snow, right? Of course.
Or you could have snow on all of them, and it's just not applicable for some of them.
Yeah. But that's the way you can sort of compare and contrast. And in fact, that's the mechanism for, oh, well, this one uses lasers. Great. Let's all try lasers. But in other words, something that you can get your head around as some basic core, because there is a lot of commonality. I just saw it with my own eyes. I was very, very pleased with how much commonality there was. And there should be no penalty at all for saying, well, when there's snow in the mountains, we require chains.
You know, Chris, it's not, going back to the snow example is kind of ludicrous, but it's not, all we're saying is that if there's snow there, it'll show up there as snow, and one IOU won't call it frozen water, and one IOU calls it white stuff, and one IOU, it's just, we're not really trying to dictate how people do their job or to limit how people do their job. We're just looking for sufficient standardization to make it easier to review things, make it easier to compare, and to establish some baselines.
Okay.
And easier to file too, by the way. I mean, I want to make it easier to file, right? I've started several businesses myself. I don't like regulations.
Okay, let's move on to the next risk if we can. Brevin, do you mind flipping to the next slide? All right, recommendation for risk modeling 7. With input from the parties involved, the CPUC should adopt a standard cross-platform nomenclature that represents the uncertainties, interrelationships, and sensitivities of risks and their mitigations as stochastic libraries. While the IOUs may continue to use internally selected tools and models, the IOU should be required to report RSC results using this nomenclature.
Sam, I think that was
I want to dive into this one, okay? Yeah. First of all, it was misinterpreted. Like, we're all going to use the same libraries. No. We're all using Hindu Arabic numerals, right? Everybody are using those? No one's still using Roman numerals? Right. Well, we need something equivalent to the Hindu Arabic numerals for uncertainty. And this is a pretty standardized approach for doing that. And it's auditable. And it is like a least common denominator. So anyone doing a Monte Carlo simulation just has to open the tap and let this stuff out. It has the added advantage that it can model cross-cutting factors. So, for example, I've got 1,000 transformer bow ties. One of the inputs is temperature. Well, the temperature, and I mean the Los Angeles basin, so it's all the same temperature pretty much, okay? I mean, within a big region, right? So I have a single library of temperature, and that's like rolling the die. One of it's 100 degrees, 98 degrees, and all the bow ties receive the 100-degree temperature at the same trial. We're not talking about everyone has the same distribution of temperature. They got the same temperature, because that gets you into the situation where all the transformers in the Los Angeles basin blow on the same afternoon. So it's a way to model the interrelationships. It's also a way to aggregate. We can look back at ways in which insurance companies do this and financial engineers do it. And technology and faster computers are on our side here in terms of making it easier to do. And we need prototypes. Preface everything with, we're not going anywhere without prototypes.
Hi, Vincent, go ahead. I think you still on mute, Vincent. Sorry.
My bad, sorry. So just for my clarification, when you say standard cross-platform nomenclature for interrelationships, do you mean like correlation matrices, or what are we talking about here?
not correlation matrices. That's the last thing. Let me do the simplest possible example. A transformer bow tie that has only one input, temperature. All right, very simple risk model. When the temperature gets over 110, the transformer blows, right? This is the issue of, oh, okay, there's one chance in 1,000 it will blow every year. But I want to distinguish between the case of hundreds of transformers that all blow up at different times and the case where they all blow up on the same day. So what I'm going to do is create a single stochastic library of temperature in your region. The first trial, where did they blow? They blow at 110 degrees. Okay, the first trial was 100 degrees. None of them blew. The second one was 80 degrees. None of them blew. The third trial was 115 degrees. They all blow. And what comes out the other end then, you see, is a simulation of your true risk in which they can all fail at once. And again, without prototypes, I would not expect us to have a really meaningful conversation about this, but that is the general idea, to try to model the interrelationships through external global factors like temperature, like forest fire, like rainfall.
Got it, understood. Just want to point out that not all transformers are in one place. You know, the Bay Area microclimate, and the old school way of doing it was with the correlation matrix and stuff like that. You can use factor models and things like that. So I just want to understand that, right? It's like there's a high chance that they might blow up together because the temperature does get all hot at the same time, but not all of them might get to 110 degrees, so on and so forth, right? So it's like, so just like to understand a little bit better what.
Yeah. But you can listen. Correlation matrices can easily apply, but this is a much more general concept, right? Because the correlation matrix applies sort of a linear relationship. But I mean, but if we have this case where a single temperature per microclimate comes out, and that's like stored as data, they can be interrelated as well, by the way. Let's just say we've got 10 microclimates in a region, and each one has its own temperature, which impacts all the transformers within that region, but they can be correlated with a correlation matrix at a higher level.
So this one seems like a very research project-y feel to it. And I'm once again like kind of wondering, like, you know, I'm sorry about being myopic, but I'm kind of like focused on the phase 2 timeline and the phase 3 timeline. So it's like, you know, it seems like there's a lot of like exploration to do to fit into phase 2.
Absolutely. I would say it's researchy, but well worth it, especially since it's been applied in a number of cases.
And I would say that implementing several of our other recommendations that are more specifically straightforward on standardization of this and that will then form the basis for doing this one easier. So this one might be something that kind of comes downstream as these other recommendations are implemented and executed.
And several generations of prototypes too to get there.
Yeah.
But I think we should start today because it takes care of so many problems.
Sure.
If you have a good coherent stochastic model, right? That just takes care of so many problems that if we start down that path, and I do think, Vincent, that when you see what some of the new technologies are doing in this area, you will be excited about it and say, yeah, in a few years, I can see how we can do that.
Okay. If no one has any other questions or comments, concerns, Brevin, can you flip to the next recommendation slide?
Before we go to the next one, this is Charles Feinstein. I had a hand up, and my hand was up about risk modeling number 5. Could we possibly go back to that, please, for a clarifying question?
Brevin, do you mind flipping backwards to risk modeling 5? Thank you. Go ahead, Charles.
Could you kindly clarify what is meant in the second sentence by the words MAVF attribute values?
I think it's what you would call the natural units. So the inputs to the MAVF, but
are you
also
saying that-
potentially results. Yeah. And I think that, as I understand it, term recommended format and the version that's been developed by PG&E already does that, if I understand correctly.
Well, are you saying that for a standard risk, the attribute value in natural unit, or the attribute level in natural units is pre-specified?
Not the specific values, but the fact that the actual values for that risk would be included in the template.
Oh, so you're saying which attributes are affected
Right.
by the risk? Okay, that's a different thing. I understand. Thank you for clarifying.
Sure.
With respect to the risk modeling recommendation we just heard about, what concerns me, this I think was number 7.
Yes, Brevin, can you flip to risk model
Right.
7?
Number 7, what concerns me about this is, once again, I anticipate that this would add a level of complexity, that this would reduce transparency, that this would make it more difficult for an intervener or anyone else to audit and justify. What I find potentially troublesome is that this is a black box, and we have more transparent and far simpler ways to express uncertainty, analyze uncertainty, and compute RSEs given those specifications. So I'm raising a concern. I'm not trying to get into a debate at this point, because I don't think this is the right forum to debate this question.
Well, no, but it's completely auditable, because in other words, on a given transformer, I can say, oh well, on trial 4,968, it blew up. So in fact, that's one of its big advantages, is it's totally auditable down to the micron level. And the other thing it does is it distinguishes between transformers blowing up independently and all blowing up at once. But by the way, we'll find out during the prototyping, is all I'm going to say. It should be explored because of all the benefits. And in fact, the transparency turns out to be something that people have liked very much in the past because of this, because it was actually auditable as opposed to just a formula.
Well, or traditional Monte Carlo, which is not really auditable because you can only reproduce it statistically. And whereas this one, you can actually trace things through exactly, in addition to the advantages of being able to have correlated values within the models. So I think
it seems to me that this is a subject for further discussion in a technical session.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Agreed. Okay.
Why don't we pause here since we have a break at 2 o'clock? We'll take 10 minutes and come back at 2:10 and get started right away.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. Okay, everybody, this is the last discussion block on the agenda today. So maybe, just so I don't get started without anybody, maybe each entity can kind of declare that they're present with one representative. At least I see level 4. SPD is obviously here. Maybe each of the IOUs first. Is someone from PG&E present?
Yep, present.
Okay, SCE. Give him a second. SD Sempra.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, SDG&E.
And then maybe the interveners can each just let us know that you're present.
Katie Morsoni from Turn is here, and Charles Feinstein should be as well.
Thank you.
Melinda Dickinson from Protect Our Community.
Thank you.
Joseph Mitchell, Mussey Grade Road Alliance.
Hi, Joe. Thanks.
Miles Gordon, Cal Advocates. I believe Anna Yang is here as well.
Okay, great. Is Eric still on the line? Eric Wojcik? Maybe he dropped off earlier. And the only other team we were waiting for was SCE.
Hello, this is Brian Landry from Edison. We have a number of other folks on the line as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. So let's get started. Again, this is the last discussion block for the day. Brevin, if you can move on to risk modeling 8. With input from the parties involved, the CPUC should adopt a standard list of risk statistics for use in RC modeling. These stats should maximize the use of public or pooled sources of data and standardized values from industry associations and other government agencies. All IOUs should then use these standardized stats in their RSC modeling.
So what we're talking about here is if we were programmers, and I have a programming background, there's this concept called magic numbers, which are numbers that you then embed in your code to represent, well, things like the value of a statistical life. But really, they're any kind of a magical number. And what we're saying here is that we should identify what are these numbers that we're going to assume in the calculations. And that would be kind of global numbers. And what should we use for those assumed global numbers across all the IOUs? And then that way those numbers can be updated and maintained over time. Whenever the IOUs are doing risk and efficiency calculations, they would make use of that table of numbers, and it would be available as a reference, basically.
This is Katie. I was just hoping, and I know that identifying the details is for a later day, but I was hoping that you could maybe give some examples of what you were considering risk statistics or standard values, like what types of things those would be.
Well, one example, the value of statistical life, but other examples, and Max and Sam can chime in as well. But if we're looking at things like the cost or the formula for a power outage, if we're looking at the assumed cost to, I don't know, maybe the assumed cost to cover a conductor, or the assumed cost to, or under different circumstances. And each of these, again, I'm making things up here, and so, but the assumed cost to underground stuff for different terrain types, the number of degrees that we're going to assume that climate is going to increase over 20 years, the number of feet that we're going to assume sea levels are going to rise over 50 years. So any, and again, I'm just throwing out things, but it can really run the gamut. So anything where there's going to be an assumed value that will then be used in the modeling going forward would fit into this category. Sam, Max?
And yeah, to expand just a little bit, because William earlier mentioned, okay, it might be a number, it might be a formula. I think a great one is, what is the cost as a function of hours of this transformer going out, right? Very complicated. You know, is it in the middle of a hospital doing emergency surgeries? Is it in a parking lot somewhere? But hopefully people have studied this. We know that when the power goes out so long that the food rots in the freezers, it's a worse situation. And so that's not a number, that's extending to kind of like, where are you and how long are you out? So maybe but otherwise, especially something like that where there's so much variability and it is really so nonlinear, that's one that I keep coming back to.
Yeah, but Sam, in your case,
Yeah.
I would think that mostly a lot of the more complicated things are handled in our other recommendations. I think that this is mostly the building blocks rather than the really complicated, formulas and math things. So this is more like, what's the probability of a transformer failing by temperature? So it's a simple building block.
Right.
What's, like I say, I can't really come up with a comprehensive list. I would think that this list is going to end up with like 100 things on it. But these are building blocks that then become common elements for other formulas and for other calculations.
So would you say it was accurate if I said another way of thinking about this would be a list of assumptions and formulas that all parties have agreed to that would be used throughout the risk modeling of the different utilities?
Yes, exactly. I'll say all the mathematical, like I think you said assumptions, right?
Yeah, and I think
This
I
is
meant
really,
things like
yeah, this is focused on the mathematical assumptions and the mathematical stuff.
right. Okay.
But again, it would be a base case. It may be that the chance of your transformer where you are, there can be deviations from this. I think with all the standards, I want to think of it as a streamlining operation to say, this is what we assume to be the case. And if in your case it isn't, you just tell us what the difference is.
Well, and why it's not
And
the
why,
case.
exactly, yeah.
Joe Mitchell here. I think it's really just a nomenclature issue. This looks a lot more to me like a table of constants, table of standard values, than it does a list of risk statistics. And then it says these statistics should maximize. I think these should be values derived from public sources rather than statistics. Because when you said statistics, I immediately leapt to, oh, these are standard, sources for, statistical libraries of values and so forth, CAL FIRE for fires and that type of thing. What you're describing is something quite different. I agree should be there, but it's just more like your table of constants, your table of standard
like a table of
values.
contents. Yep. Or table. In some cases there'll be tables, and sometimes there'll be a constant. Yeah, exactly. And for all of these recommendations, if you guys have comments along the lines of what you're intending, now that we understand, would be more clear if you rephrase this way or whatever, we'd be very interested in hearing those as well. Because we're trying to, there may be cases where we're using a term or phrase that's misleading rather than helpful. And so if we can fix that, that would be, get input on that and fix that to make these better, that would be great.
Chris has his hand up.
Yes, I just have one question here. I mean, what is the reasoning behind maximizing the use of public or pool sources of data when the utility might have better internal company data to be able to provide for risk modeling? But really, what is necessarily the benefit of just using pooled sources of data when you might be able to do a better bottoms-up risk approach?
Well, if we're looking at standardization of these values across the IOUs in order to allow standard comparisons, then the objective would be to get to the best possible standard value. So I could see situations where that best value is, PG&E did some amazing research in this area, and they've got some great data. And I could see situations where that's the data or that's the number that we all want to use. I think quite often, if there's some other group that's done that research for us already, they may have better data. I think what we don't want to do is we don't want to have numbers that are guesses. And so that was really our logic, was to have something where there was some basis behind them that we could point to and say, this is a good value that all of us should be using.
But if a telephone pole lasts 8 years in a certain climate, but you figured out how to get it to last 10 years, and you got the data to show it, well, then everyone should say, hey, guys, you got to do it the way they're doing it because they're doing it better. On the other hand, if there's something where there isn't a lot of data for you, do you want to pull some number out of your butt, which you could get held to later on for, well, you said the chance of this was 1 in 1,000. Where did you get that? We made it up. I mean, what else can you say? As opposed to, you know what? We didn't know what it was. So we went to Indiana where they've got a similar problem. We used their number.
I wonder if I could make a concrete example that I think might be relevant here. So if one wants to use forecasts of the climate change impacts, future temperature distributions by locality within California, or sea level rise, or changes in precipitation. So I think our thought is that it doesn't really make sense for each IOU to try to develop their own forecasts, but there are organizations in California that have already developed those forecasts, and the better ones are actually probabilistic forecasts reflecting the uncertainty. And it would make more sense, instead of duplicating those efforts, to use those numbers, which are fairly complex probabilistic numbers over a range of time. And it might be useful to have some discussion and agreement about which sources of those numbers all parties consider the most reputable and relevant. So that would be one concrete example. William, is that a good illustration for what?
It's a perfect example,
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. Or here's one. Transmission pipes blow up. It's incredibly rare. It's incredibly rare. How are you and IOU going to have enough statistics to really measure this, right? So if you can find an external source and use that, it sort of gives you a safe harbor, as I see it. Well, we went to PHMSA and they, they use this, so we use that.
Right, and I think we know that most of the utilities already do use PHMSA as a basis for many of the pipeline risks as a starting point, but then adjust them for specifics of their own particular characteristics of their own pipelines. So, I mean, I'm not sure. In this case, we're not really suggesting anything that isn't already being done. In that example, I believe so.
I guess just my concern was the use of maximize. So that's where my general concern is with this particular recommendation.
Okay, that makes sense. So let me make a note that we'll tone down the maximize to, because really what our intention here, as with all of these recommendations, our intention is to standardize on whatever is the best, and so wherever that comes from. And so really our goal is not to say what the best is. Our goal is really to say that all the parties involved should work towards figuring out and agreeing to what is the best, and then agreeing to use that. So we'll remove the word maximize and replace it with something else.
Thank you.
We had a hand up from Russell Archer and Rick Haynes. Maybe Russell first.
I'm sorry, that was outdated. I don't have any comments. Sorry about that. I took it down.
Rick Haynes.
Yeah, thanks. This is Rick Haynes, SDG&E. So by utilizing the public or pooled sources of data, does that, let's say, disallow the introduction of maybe something else, maybe some additional internal data that might help augment the analysis? And then by doing so, does that create uncomparable RSEs? Because the bottom line is we want to be able to compare RSEs, right, across all the across all the utilities, and especially since we're doing these at different points in time, right? We could have data or didn't have data when we submitted our ramp with the RSEs, but then a year from now there might be additional data out there that maybe PG&E or Edison introduced along with the standards. So where does that get us on comparability of the RSEs if those instances occur?
So I don't think we're so much talking there about, I think there what you're talking about is there's a change in the risk modeling itself in terms of what some of the inputs were. Maybe you're adding a new input that gives a different level of granularity or knowledge or insight. Is that what you're kind of thinking?
Yes. Mm-hmm. In part.
Okay. So I think that the way that would work would be Edison, or who was the example? Yeah, SDG&E, was it, you said?
Yeah,
So,
Edison.
so SDG&E says we want to improve this bow tie by adding an additional input, and it gives us better results. And here's why. So that approval is agreed to. It makes sense. The risk bow tie is updated to add that additional input. For previous ramp filings or ramp filings that don't use that, it's just zeroed out, so it has no impact. But then going forward, people that want to and are able to use that would put in a value for that. And so now that bow tie has evolved to have an additional input that has no impact when it's not known or in the historic data, but that is available going forward, where people are using it. But it's still standardized. It's still it becomes part of the standard.
But so let's say for us, it's not, let's say, part of the standard yet, but it becomes part of the standard in 2 years. So how does that allow for the RSEs that we submitted to be comparable to those 2 years down the road that has new data?
Yeah. So I guess it really kind of depends on, ultimately, the objective here is to come up with an accurate estimate of risk reduction, so that we can, and that's just a single number. That number is a real world reality number that doesn't change based on the models that we create. Correct? So if the model gets us closer to that number, as the models get us closer and closer to that number, then they're going to be more and more effective. They're going to be more and more correct. But that number is not going to change because it is a real world. What is the risk and reality going down? How much is the risk actually going down by? Is that kind of making sense? So each of these improvements should incrementally just get us a little bit closer to whatever that absolute number is that reflects the reality.
But doesn't the absolute number today, is the absolute number today may be different than the absolute number 2 years from now?
Because of changes and
yeah, because of change.
I mean, I don't see why improvement isn't allowed in this context.
No, and I'm not suggesting improvement isn't allowed. I'm just getting to the comparability. That can you compare an RSC today to someone else's RSC 2 years from now, given that there might be some changes in some of the data, those pooled resources or public resources or the statistics table.
I mean, I would say the more standardized it is, the easier it will be to do that. But that again, you know, prototypes and experience has got to be needed. It got to be required here before this stuff is all just we pull the trigger and it's all implemented.
And other than researchers who might be wanting to look at historic trends and so on, what management decisions would be impacted by this issue if the basis for comparison changes over time? It seems like it seems like we would still be able to do effective decision making within the framework of the standards as we're setting them up, even if over time those standards are evolving. And I think you're right that if you were to look at like 10-year historic trends and the standards and the calculations changed as things learned, as the environment changed and so on, there may be some distortion in that, but does that really have an impact on the decisions that we're using this to make?
I guess maybe my decision today, but if you're going to compare my decision today to a decision that Vincent might make 2 years from now, are they really comparable when my RSC might be 1, and then 2 years from now, Vincent's RSC might be 3, based upon the same.
Yeah. And Vincent is and Vincent's for a different IOU, right? Just to be clear.
Yes, right. Yes,
okay.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do we?
So within the same, so within our company, yeah, where our decision is made today. But when you're going to compare RSCs to the other companies and so on.
But are we going to be comparing RSCs to the other companies?
Isn't that what you're trying to get at with a lot of this? That where you're trying to standardize many things so that therefore we can compare RSCs across the IOUs?
Yeah. But that wasn't my intent.
Oh.
I'm not sure if other people may have thought that was an intent, or maybe that is some other people's intent, but that wasn't my intent. My intent was, it was still a comparison, a prioritization and an optimization of RSC within an IOU. But it was to simplify the process of making sure that the IOUs are doing all the calculations correctly, that it truly is optimum, that it truly is. So it's to really be able to have oversight of the IOU's risk spend efficiency processes to make sure that they are in fact optimizing, and that the optimization makes sense logically relative to other priorities, I guess other assumptions, that the assumptions are consistent across IOUs. But I don't think that we're trying to design this so that the RSC of a specific IOU would be compared to the IRC of another IOU.
Well, I think it also relates to the cost of capital. I mean, if one IOU has 10 times the cost of capital of another one, then the RSC will be measured very differently. But I think we really we put that to bed. I think that was a very substantive conversation when we realized, that we can't.
And I think that each IOU does have differences. I mean, there's differences in the geography, the terrain. There's differences in the age of the equipment. There's a bunch of differences that make comparison across IOUs. I think that's too hard of a problem to solve, or if it is, it's not something that we've tried to address even.
This is Melinda Dickinson from Protect Our Communities. I think I understand and appreciate the intention of this one, but I got a little hung up on the example of the PIMSA example, because a lot of the time the utilities are not, they're required by the settlement agreement, the 2018 commission decision, to use utility-specific data whenever possible. And what we've seen happening is they're generalizing to SIMPA data when their own pipelines are far stronger than would be thought of if you're just generalizing to nationwide SIMPA data. So I guess if there's a situation where that wouldn't be the case, this recommendation sounds good. But if with that as the example, I don't see how it would be helpful. I think it would just inflate the artificially inflate the need for more capital projects.
Yeah. I got what you're saying. So I think that our idea is that, first of all, the objective of all of the stuff that we're doing is to have consistent, accurate modeling. So anytime we're having major degradations in modeling accuracy, then the standard isn't set up right. And so if we have a situation where the model is not optimized for the situation of a given IOU, for example, the strength of their pipelines is the example you gave, then the standard needs to be expanded in scope to have more choices, to have more options, to have different formulas, to have different tables or whatever, to be able to reflect, well, if you have pipeline wall thickness this is the value you should use. If you have pipeline wall thickness, this plus 10, this is the thickness you should use, or this is the formula you should use. So we don't want to be going backwards and in any significant way anyway. I mean, there's probably going to be some like 1 or 2%, variance just by the fact that we're standardizing, but we don't want to have a significant going backwards. But we could do that by making sure that the standards truly do reflect the reality on the ground.
But what we have in the case of the pipelines is, oftentimes there'll be an inline inspection that shows, exactly what is going on with a particular pipe. So I don't know. It seems that it would be very difficult to standardize to that level.
Yeah. So there may be situations where, and I guess it would kind of depend on how significant that is. You know how in accounting you have this idea of significance?
Well, I guess, in one sense, PIMSA then says, well, when you find this, you do this. When you find this, you do this. So maybe that in and of itself is already an existing standard.
Yeah.
But of course, it also relates to where the pipe is. I mean, the impacted, the impacted occupancy area or whatever. I mean, that obviously plays.
Well, we don't want to. We're not going to try to solve all the details right now, and we really. But I do think. I think that the more we can move towards standard frameworks, possibly with some exceptions where necessary, the better off we're going to be. The simpler everyone's life is going to be, the easier it's going to be to review these and so on.
Vincent, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, I just had a comment. Basically, I just want to point out to both of you that in the settlement agreement, at first I thought we were talking about things like value of statistical life, and I was like, oh, I'll go with that. And then we went to the pipeline, and then maybe I was not so good with that because, like, in the settlement agreement, it says when calculating consequences of risk events and frequency of risk events, also that the utility should use utility-specific data if available. If the data that is specific to the utility is not available, the utility must supplement its analysis with subject matter expertise, right? So, but the general point is, it just whatever language and whatever workshop we come up with, we should consider what the settlement agreements has already said on this topic and try to, reconcile what you're trying to accomplish here with what we have in the settlement.
Then Brian Lange also had his hand up.
Hey guys, thanks. So this is Brian Landry from Edison. I just have one question. Thanks for the conversation today. It's been certainly enlightening. So who do we envision sort of administrating these libraries, these statistics, these lexicons, and how would they be updated?
So our thinking is that they'd be administered by either the CPUC, or in some cases, maybe in the wildfire area or something like that, it might be OEIS. But somebody who was, I want to say neutral, but somebody who's kind of in more that regulatory kind of a role would be administering them, but not actually developing and mandating them, just kind of facilitating the process of getting them developed and then selected and then mandated. And we're going to talk in our last two recommendations, we'll talk about how they'd be updated, or not specifically, but we do think that they do need to be updated. And so we think that A, there needs to be a mechanism for having exceptions to them, and B, that there needs to be a mechanism for them to be periodically updated. We're not specifying right now what that mechanism is, but it would probably be something similar to the way we're doing it initially. So maybe we do the workshops to figure out what the standards should be. And then maybe depending on how well they're working, we might have to have another workshop in a year or 3 years or 5 years or whatever the time is based on how effective they're being.
And Dr. Mitchell, if you want to.
Yes, thanks. I just wanted to point out one example where something like this is in place right now are the high fire threat district maps. Every utility has their own bespoke version of the high fire threat district maps. They submit revisions to the CPUC. Those are reviewed and accepted. So this type of operation where you have a certain baseline that is accepted at the CPUC level, here is where we think the high fire threat districts are. Utilities then come in with why they think they have more local knowledge and want to make an exception in this case or this case, or we need a complete plan revision, which is one thing we're talking about now. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other comments on this recommendation, let's move on to risk modeling number 9. Next slide.
Okay.
Brevin or George. So risk modeling number 9, with input from the parties involved, the CPUC should adopt a standard risk relationship model, identifying known or assumed dependencies between risk items in the standard risk taxonomy. The IOU should then use this relationship model during RSC modeling.
Here, I think what we were concerned about was modeling things like heat waves and climate change that impact a bunch of assets at once. That was sort of one of the weakest areas in what we saw. In particular, if you simply model an average at the most granular level and then just try to roll those up, what you've missed is when a heat wave comes through, when sea level rises. See, sea level rise is very different from waves at the beach, because the waves are all independent. Sea level rise gets everyone at once. So that's what we mean by relationships and.
And Sam, you also had examples in your workshop where we talked about things like you don't want to both underground connects and also do covered connectors.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
So those are an either or kind of a situation, and so the idea is that a lot of these are interconnected and have dependencies and have relationships, sometimes quite complicated, and so rather than having everybody needing to do the work to try to figure all those out and to get them right, why don't we do it together, share the knowledge, and then all take advantage of that pooled set of interrelationships when we're doing our risk modeling.
And I would say to do it better, not to do it right. This is hard.
Yeah.
But not only are some of these contradictory, you wouldn't do both, undergrounding or hardening, but some of them may be symbiotic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now that you've done this, wow, you've got the equipment up there. Why don't you add something else? So to separate these, one has to do with global factors that impose relationships on everyone. And Vincent used the term factors model to describe something like that, okay? And the other one is, how about projects that directly interrelate with each other? And one makes the other redundant, or one bolsters the other. I mean, you actually find in industry where the IT department will put in some huge thing that requires a server, but they never bothered funding the server project because they're looking at silos.
Vincent, go ahead.
Yeah, my thoughts on this basically is that I think the challenge is going to be actually finding those interdependencies, interrelations, right? I mean, we know of the interrelationships that we know of right now, but there's always those unknown unknowns out there, and it's like it seems like we're going to have to do quite a lot of work to understand these interrelationships that we haven't identified yet. All these new failure modes that we don't know about, right? So it's like it seems like this is once again. I mean, just going back to the schedule here. It's like it seems like it might take a while to do this stuff. And as far as phase 2 is concerned, I have concerns about that. It's a work in progress, but I do think that what we have right now is just the beginning, and we probably need to do a substantial effort to boot up to get to a level where we have some, or at least everybody feels that we have some good understanding of the interrelationships, or at least identify them.
And I think, again, as you mentioned, think of this as sort of an R&D process, because how would we even express these today? Right now, it's like it's a blind spot. It does not seem to be well taken care of. And again, there'd be prototypes, there'd be experiments. We will never get it perfect, that is for sure. But the interdependencies make a tremendous difference. You know, the risks can just be greatly magnified when a whole bunch of things happen at once. And so at least it has to be addressed by the process.
Yeah, I love your example, Sam, of the is it the tsunami reactor?
Oh, yeah.
Well, tell them that.
Oh yeah, right. Like, okay, we're gonna have backup generators. Yeah, okay, we'll put them in the basement. Oh, well, there could be a flood. Well, yeah. What's the chance you'd have a flood and a power outage at the same time? Well, if you have an earthquake, you have a power outage and a tsunami. Yes, you do have them at the same time. Fukushima was a disaster because they looked at these things as independent events. Oh, the power goes out, we have a flood. If they'd model, an earthquake is a beautiful example, by the way, Vincent, right? An earthquake is going to take out all the assets in a tight little region. And therefore, something is on the San Andreas Fault. You should be thinking about that.
Yeah, so that's an example of this kind of the value of this kind of modeling of some of those dependencies.
Yeah, don't disagree, but I mean, like, and the challenge is, right? I mean, like, different example, but like, I was reading about Texas. Got cold in Texas, right? And I was reading about how their ISO, their ERCOT plan did their planning. Right? They do have, they do capacity studies and things like that, and they assume that loss of load is so much, and assume they have so much generation. They have all these different scenarios. Loss of load is so much, loss of generation is so much, maximum loss of generation. But to your point, they didn't assume that you could have maximum load at the same time as you lose maximum generation, at the same time as you have the least amount of sunlight, so your renewables don't turn on. So they maybe, it seems like they didn't account for that event, you know, all happening at the same time. And my thing is basically is like, you know, like I said back in 2018 or 2013 or whatever, how would I have identified all those? How are we going to identify all these interrelated components? And it seems like a large research project. I don't know the answers, but it sounds like a lot of in-depth modeling to identify those new failure modes. And I just want to stress that it's going to take a while.
I completely agree. The point is, you can't just throw up your hands and say, well, we're not going to worry about interrelationships because we don't know how to deal with them. No,
Agreed, yeah.
we can take some steps by looking both at global factors that we know are real, like temperatures in big regions, and things like redundancies or you know, it's stupid to do A and B together. You can do A or B, right? Or things that bolster each other. And I'm not quite as familiar with those, but there are cases where you have to move some equipment somewhere. And if you've gone through the trouble of doing that, maybe it becomes very cost effective to do some other mitigation while you're there out in the middle of the desert fixing some pipe or something. I'm sort of making it up.
And for a lot of these things, we recognize that they're not easy and that they're going to take a lot of work. But isn't it better if they're needed to be done? Isn't it better for us to do it as a group than to have PG&E try to do it, and SCE try to do it, and SDG&E try to do it, and each have varying levels of success, and then they're incompatible, and we're trying to say, well, you should do it, and we're all trying to figure out what each of them did. I think that we're all smarter together than for some of these challenges, and if we can work together, we can really make these more efficient for everybody.
Okay, I don't see any other hands up. Okay, so let's move to the next recommendation. Brevin, if you can jump to the next slide. So this is the recommendation with the ID wildfire PSPS1. CPUC should commission an independent parametric cost-benefit analysis of PSPS events. This study should identify relevant input parameters, equations, and criteria to be used for trigger events.
So Joe, do you have a couple words you want to say about that?
I think actually this is Max's PSPS.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
So one of the big, there's a big debate, obviously, huge debate about PSPS events and whether or when they are appropriate, an appropriate balance between the inconvenience and cost of the outages versus the risk of fire by leaving the power on. And so the idea here was proposing an explicit cost-benefit analysis. By parametric, we mean, obviously, it's not a question in general, is PSPS a good idea? It's about each specific instance. And we understand that utilities have developed elaborate protocols for making these decisions, which obviously need to be made very rapidly as the weather and events unfold. And, perhaps understandably, that process is not very transparent at present. The question here is whether it would be helpful to do an explicit cost-benefit analysis, again, not in general on PSPS, but around what sets of parameters, for example, what wind levels and humidity levels are in a particular area where exposed to a particular risk would be appropriate. Recognizing this is a very challenging kind of thing to do, I'd also point out, as many of you might know, that Chuck Feinstein and a colleague have published an article showing an approach to this. So anyway, that's what this proposal is about.
And just for the sake of clarity, the proposal and report that was put together by Chuck and Jonathan was not on behalf of Turn as a client. It was
Understood. Thanks.
Hi, this
Go ahead,
is
Dr.
Russell Archer from Edison again. A couple of thoughts on this one. I agree generally that it's a good idea to have additional standardization and understanding of the cost benefit analysis of PSPS events. You will see in our upcoming ramp to be filed next month that we have charted PSPS both as a mitigation to wildfire and as a standalone risk. We modeled it that way. I think that comes from intervener feedback and maybe even commission guidance and requirements on that. So I hope that the parties will be gratified to see that. That being said, I think the amended scoping memo made it pretty clear that this proceeding should not overlap or take away from the other work being done in PSPS specific proceedings, specifically the PSPS OIR, which is still open. This may be more appropriate to be considered there. And then finally, I just want to make clear that while Edison and the other utilities have their own specific thresholds that they use to call PSPS events, like fire potential index, relative humidity, the wind speeds, et cetera, ultimately it is a discretionary judgment call in some cases, and that discretion would need to remain with the utility incident commander who makes that decision. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
We can turn to Joe Mitchell.
Hi. Yes, I think this is I think it's a great idea. A couple of comments. Number one, when it's independent, I think it's very important that the correct subject matter experts be brought into it. So it is very much a wildfire problem as much as it's a reliability problem and a utility specific problem. So when you're trying to calculate the costs, you need to take into account wildfire specific things. To go back to the origins and the very long process where people have been discussing this, there is a little laundry list of potential risks that interveners occasionally bring up, things like generator fires and so forth, where it's a very small probability. However, because it occurs during a wildfire conditions, you have the potential for catastrophic amplification. So I think these factors need to be taken into account. What we've recommended here and elsewhere is a triage of these issues that interveners have been bringing up be performed to figure out what is actually de minimis, what's a significant risk, what do we really need to work on to understand. That needs to be done. And then generally, we want to distinguish between cost benefit for operational PSPS, which I think pretty much all the utilities are beginning to do, and they're doing it based on wind speeds and lots of other things. So they are bespoke models for it, but they are applying the right variables. I appreciate what Archer said regarding having that also incorporated as both a benefit and risk in the MAVF functions and the ramp approach, because when you're looking at mitigations, one of the mitigations you're going to be balancing against is what if we just have aggressive power shutoff thresholds in these particular areas. If it's extremely you've got 5 residents out in the middle of nowhere, and it's going to cost you, 50 million to run a line, to bury the line out to them. Is that actually cost effective? So having a standardized method for being able to calculate costs and benefits at the MAVF level is needed. And I think that's where it actually should be taken up in this proceeding rather than the wildfire OIR, which is mostly operational. They are not talking about how to balance against hardening of various types and other mitigations. So yeah, I very strongly favor this with the inclusion of a broad enough independent group to calculate the parametric cost benefit analysis.
Good. Well, there's no other comments. Arnold, do we want to move on?
Yeah. Okay, Brevin. Next slide is wildfire PSPS2. The CPUC should work with others, including in particular the OEIS, to obtain an updated HFTD map to increase its granularity. 2, to account for fuel changes that have taken place since the map was created. And 3, account for the effects of climate change on wildfire size and consequence. An updated HFTD map should be generated using a single analytical approach across the entire state and then used by all IOUs for RSC modeling.
I'm not sure I can add a whole lot to that other than that laid it out there pretty well. And I think Dr. Mitchell just mentioned too that there's currently almost an ad hoc approach to maintaining those maps where each utility might be working independently of the other. And I think I'm just suggesting here that CPUC and OEIS work with the utilities to make a concerted effort at mapping the high fire threat district using a single approach across the entire state rather than the separate approaches by different utilities.
Let's go with Joe Mitchell first and then Russell Archer afterwards.
Yeah, I'd like to support this proposal too. We're the original proponents of the high fire threat district maps, and along with CAL FIRE, and it was always presupposed that there would be a shelf life for these maps. The science would change, the wildfire landscape would change, and they would need to have updates, and there would need to be a process for this. And I think this is a great time to move forward with that.
Thanks, Dr. Mitchell. This is Russell Archer from Edison. First of all, I think this is generally a good idea. Like Dr. Mitchell said, the map is not meant to be static. In fact, existing statute under SB 901 requires the IOUs to propose updates to the map. As many of you know, Edison successfully did that a couple of years ago. I would just note, however, that there is an upcoming workshop with OEIS on this exact topic in August. So it's probably good to keep that in mind as the commission's making its final decisions about when and where to scope this.
Any other comments or questions? Don't see any hands up. Okay, let's move on to the next recommendation. Wildfire PSPS 3, with input from the parties involved, particularly including in particular the OEIS, the CPUC should adopt the requirement that RSE-related wildfire modeling include the consequences of long-duration utility-caused wildfires in addition to their current assessment of short-duration fires.
Yeah, and this is simply a result of learning that the utilities they're not ignoring long duration fires, but most of their fire modeling is focused on short duration events, which is probably it's appropriate for PSPS decisions, but some the long-term planning of mitigation efforts need to take into account the fact that some utility fires, they can occur under less windy conditions, and their effects take place over weeks and months instead of hours and days.
Go ahead, Russell.
I definitely don't disagree that that is a true statement, that some wildfires can burn and do burn much, much longer than the 8-hour assumptions that the utilities used in their risk modeling. And in fact, we've made that point very publicly when we've been talking about wildfire risk in many different regulatory proceedings. That being said, we should just all keep in mind that the longer you make the simulation of how long you expect the wildfire to last, the greater that cone of uncertainty about the consequences will be. I think one of the reasons that the models like TechnoSilva and REACTS stop at an 8-hour duration, or it used to be a 6-hour duration, is because beyond that point, there's substantial uncertainty about the spread. Thanks.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I agree with Russell there. It is a technical limitation, as I've understood it. We've sat through workshops with TechnoSilva and so forth. The bias it introduces on the MAVF level is it tends to pull your risk in toward population centers artificially. Not that you wouldn't have that anyway, but you're weighting the population centers more than otherwise. I think the PG&E is now working on an expanded in their risk modeling, in their planning model for their version 3 of WDRM, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, that not only incorporates TechnoSilva, but historical worst case fires from CAL FIRE. I have just gone through their wildfire mitigation plan. I don't really claim to understand what they're doing very well, but it does look like they're moving toward addressing this problem. And I think adopting other methods that might help to unbias the longer term fires would be beneficial. I think it's certainly worth discussing.
Yeah, and I can add that there are existing methods that have been around for 10, 11 years now of addressing that long-term uncertainty, and it's Monte Carlo simulation with a Forest Service model called FSIM, and it's a public domain model. So the utilities themselves and their vendors can certainly look to see how that's addressed. And Sam will be happy. We use it to create event sets and stochastic information that I think the utilities would find interesting.
Thank you. If there are no other hands up, we can move to the next recommendation. Wildfire PSPS 4, with input from the parties involved, including in particular the OEIS, CPUC should adopt a standard wildfire risk type classification, which should then be used by all IOUs for RC modeling.
And this recommendation, it's a really, really simple one, but it stems from largely listening to the OEIS risk workshops that they've been holding and realizing that all the parties and the utilities are actually talking about several different types of wildfire risk modeling without actually having the words to distinguish which type they're talking about. And in my report, I had 4 boxes, although this might be something else later, but we're really talking about near term, which supports PSPS, long term, which might support hardening, undergrounding, cover conductors, things like that. And then whether the utility is potentially a source of wildfire risk or a receiver of wildfire risk that from some other source. The utilities are already working in all 4 of those boxes, and maybe there's more boxes. They're already working in those spaces, but we just don't have a language to say which box we're working in or talking about. So I'm simply recommending that we acknowledge that there's more than one of these things, give them some names, and make it a little bit easier to communicate.
I don't see any hands up or questions about this recommendation. So let's move to the next recommendation. Oh, Vincent has a question. Or not.
You're muted, Vincent.
I think with just general comments along the lines of what Edison was saying, I'd just like to understand when you make these recommendations, are you recommending them in this proceeding or in the wildfire mitigation plan modeling workshops, right? I mean, it seems like it might be a benefit in those proceedings. And I do once again note the limited time that we have in phase 2 of this proceeding. Phase 3 is yet to be determined, but phase 2 definitely seems like a very limited time. And you know, I would like to focus on the issues that way we can get the most bang for buck. And there's another proceeding out there. And Russell's right, the scoping memo did specifically say discussion and consideration of PSPS related issues in this proceeding, the phase 2 proceeding, should avoid duplicating work on PSPS issues being addressed in other proceedings or as undertaken by the OEIS in the context of its review of utility WMPs. So just want to point that out. And
Thank you. Okay, let's move to the next recommendation, Brevin. And that's wildfire PSPS 5. With input from the parties involved, including in particular the OEIS, the CPUC should adopt one or more out-year fuelscapes supporting. Does someone have a question? Sorry. The CPUC should adopt one or more out-year fuelscapes supporting long-term assessments of risk priorities under various scenarios. All IOUs should then use these fuelscapes for RSE modeling.
And this is actually very nearly happening already, because I think that all 3 IOUs are working with TechnoSilva, and I think that TechnoSilva is generating an out year, which is it's a near future fuelscape. So it's to avoid doing long-term planning on what the fuel looks like today, knowing that it's going to look a little bit different in the near future. And they might be working with the same vendor already, and I'm simply suggesting that be done perhaps more transparently across the state, and that other smaller utilities can use that and just standardize that that process.
Any questions or comments regarding this recommendation? Don't see any hands up. Okay, let's move to the next recommendation. Recommendation with the ID RSE process 1. IOUs shall be able to submit exception requests to the CPUC to cover circumstances that are not covered by the standards defined as part of these recommendations, and the CPUC shall have the authority to approve those exception requests.
Yeah, so this was basically, the last 2 are basically how do we maintain and work with these standards over time as people develop, well, as we find areas that the standards aren't working, or as we find better ways, you know, better tools, better approaches, better whatever. So the idea is that the IOUs can deviate from the standards with these exception requests. The reason that we think it's good to have it formally like this is because that way people can look at it, and if in fact it's a good idea and it's not, you know, something unique to that IOU, we can roll it into the standards. So the idea is that there is an ability to have exceptions.
Go ahead, Vincent.
I think for this one, I'd like to understand exactly how this exception request um, is being contemplated, right? Are you thinking of using existing commission procedural, things, procedures to include to host this exception request? I'm just trying to understand a little bit more.
So I think for the stop that deals with this, we would have to figure out what should the procedure be, how should it work. I would certainly think that it would be a lot less formal and complicated and difficult than going through a full formal procedure and all that kind of stuff. So what I would hope is that it would be a relatively straightforward submission of some kind and a quick decision on it that's not burdensome.
I guess, we'll have to wait on the details of that because something you said just now is like basically maybe if, the commission decides that it's good for PG&E, it should be good for Sempra as well. I think we probably need a process for Sempra to weigh in and so on and so forth, right? I mean, so.
Yeah. So that'll be the second recommendation, which is the one after this. So the first one is just, we found a better way, or we run into a problem or whatever, and the standards aren't handling it, or we found a better approach and we want to add that. And so it would just be a simple, we want to make it as simple as possible. Give us permission to deviate from the standard in this area. And so we say yes. And then the next one will deal with how does that how do those then roll up to actual standard changes?
Why don't we flip to Brevin? Can we flip to? So this is process 2.
So the second one is that the standards. Oh, sorry, I don't.
No, that's okay. The standards adopted here and should be periodically updated. The quantity, significance, and specifics for exception requests should be one input to the update process.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think that the how often they're updated, I can't say right now. I don't know. But I would say that if there's a lot of exception requests coming in, well, then the standards, it's time to update the standard because there's a lot of activity going on. If there's some really great changes that people are proposing, well, then let's roll those into the standards. So one of the reasons there's two reasons that we want to track these exceptions somewhat formally. One is because those are areas that should have a little bit more scrutiny. If you're applying the standard, then everything's routine. But if there's an exception, then we should be looking at why is there an exception and does that make sense and so on. And then if there's a lot of exceptions, we should say, well, maybe there's an area for improvement. Maybe people have found some really great things that should be rolled into the standard so other people can benefit.
Any comments or questions regarding that?
Oh, as Vincent, yeah, again, just once again, it seems seems like this is probably, to me, it conceptually is not a problem, I think, but I'm just concerned with the process, what it looks like, whether it sets precedent in cases where due process hasn't happened. I'm not a lawyer, but those are the kind of things I'm concerned with.
Yeah. And I think that all of these, there's a lot of details to be worked out so that they're effective.
Okay, with that, I think we've actually made it through the end of the recommendations. Brevin, do you mind flipping to the next slide and then the slide after that? So before I get into some of the, talk about some of these dates, just want to remind everybody that the feedback that we would like from you guys today is whether you support some of these recommendations or do not support the recommendations or support with conditions, and then maybe in order of priority, which you think you would want to work out the details through the end of 2022, through the end of this process, which ones you think we can delay. Vincent has been great about voicing concerns about timeliness on some of these recommendations, so I really appreciate that. And any of those comments you want to build into your written feedback would be great for our consideration. So let me just go over some of the more immediate known dates for now. There's not a lot. Obviously, we circulated the recommendations report on April 14th, and we had our technical working group today. Looks like we don't need another technical working group next week since we got through all of them today. Again, if you have additional questions or anything like that before then, you can contact me and I can farm it out to the appropriate person, either within SPD or level 4. So the initial, the reason I highlighted May 2nd was that was our initial idea for parties or attendees here today to submit informal written comments. Does anyone have any objections to that date? It's specifically should be about 2 weeks. It's the Monday, the first Monday in May.
This is Katie. If my calendar is correct, there's other comments on the phase 1 track 3 recommendations due May 3rd. So I would request that perhaps we have until like May 6th. Just so we all have time to work on both sets.
Yeah, okay, we will regroup and I don't want to say yes or no here, but
yeah,
we'll regroup and discuss that.
And if someone else in the conference has a different calendaring than me, please let me know.
So Katie, this is Ken from PG&E, and your dates are right. And Arnold, we would definitely support that change. There's a lot to do.
Katie, this is Russell from Southern California Edison. We support the move to the 6th as well. That's actually the date that would be ideal for us. So,
thank you guys.
We support it as well. Protect our community.
Okay. So like I said, when you guys submit comments about priorities and how you'd like to, what recommendations you'd like to flesh out the details for, we'll continue on with the TWGs, and we imagine that between April, May, June, July, I guess we're at the end of April, but we'll continue to set up TWGs to address some of these recommendations that we want to prioritize. And then roughly August of this year, we're hoping to put out a staff proposal. So those are general timelines. Of course, all dates are subject to change, but that's all I have to report at this point. So with that, if there are no other questions, Russell, did you have a question or a comment?
Nope, just forgot to lower my hand. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. With that said, I want to thank all of the attendees who contributed today. Obviously, I want to thank Level 4 for being here to answer questions and explain some of the recommendations and for contributing to the discussion. And I'd like to thank our IT group, Brevin Fong and George De Ocampo and Alicia Russell for helping coordinate and set up this meeting today. With that, I think we can adjourn for the day. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Arnold.
Thank you.